I'm doing good. How are you, Bumblebee? Just being sporadic coming on tonight. Fear with everything that happened on with the Watts case, just kind of see what everyone else is saying or not. Looked like everybody was putting their 2 cents in today, but it's good to see the Watts fighting for their son. That's what's important. How was Miss Mansa's stream? Pretty good, Bumblebee. Yeah, just be sporadic, see who's gonna come in or not. So kind of a interesting day for the Watts and Lana, and those are Jays for Justice going out to Colorado, and the 35C started to kept. Oh, I didn't watch. I watched a little bit of Kim's, but not on Cherry. They're bitching about the same thing. What over Heather, or that there's people doing the paperwork and getting ready to do the 35C for Watts. Yeah, no, it's good to see those two. I like how Jay for Justice she presents stuff. She's very gifted with multimedia and making videos and different things. And I think Lana, she's proved how pretty good she is with doing research and digging into stuff and finding things. Yeah, I kind of wonder why Kim actually decided to turn ties if it's her new relationship or just kind of she finally got the boot. So I don't know. Maybe yeah, KK has run her course, and it's just they're ready to move on, different people or not. I'm curious if they start actually working with lawyers or developing a legal team. Kind of listen a little bit here and there. Today, kind of going through things, putting things away, you know, making runs to different thrift stores and trying to get rid of stuff. So, kind of been popping in here and there, but like all of us, we have different things we gotta take care of in reality instead of being on YouTube the whole time. Oh, there's more than this is what they're saying. Hey, Kathy, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Just being random coming on tonight. Wasn't really planning on it, but with everything that's been going on with Kim coming on today and Heather and the Watts case, figured kind of do a little bit more digging, get everyone's input, see what they think's gonna happen or not. What's your guys' take? Do you think Chris is gonna go through, sign the paperwork? You think he's scared to go back to Colorado, happy where he's at, or do you think he won't sign and stay where he's at? Yeah, Mary, who do you think's lying between the two? I always didn't mind how KK presented her information. It seemed like it was factual and correct. And I don't know, listen to a few videos here from Heather knowing Michael Jackson. That's pretty cool. You know, that's something you can't say every day. KK has lied before. I would guess I never caught her in lie or not. I always thought she was kind of factual, but guess not. Yeah, you know, obviously he knows something or did something that's part of this case to put him where he's at to sign this plea deal, if it's the right plea deal or not. You know, at least he's got two parents that love him, are fighting for him, wanting, the best for him. And on the other hand, it's sad what happened to Shanann. That should never happen again. I've said this before. No man should ever put hands on a woman. That's wrong. But a woman should never taunt a man or push them to the extreme to do it. It's a delicate line there. Oh, Kim has never proved she talked. Yeah, I could see that. That's a good point, Bumblebee. That's very true. But the true victims, again, is what Mensa said. It's those poor baby girls being disposed of the way they did. It's horrible. Those poor girls, they never deserved that. You know, they should still be on this earth experiencing holidays, going to grade school, making friends. Just heartbreaking what happened to those kids. But yeah, I can understand the Ruzick side of where my father passed away. You gotta go in and load up a trailer, your daughter's stuff, and dealing with other family members and stuff to make it very emotionally tiring. But I mean, both sides of the coin there, they lost something. Yeah, one's going talking, the other one's not. Oh, Jay's going live tomorrow. That would be pretty interesting. Good to hear and see what they're coming up with. I'm sure they got some good news or pretty good information for everybody. It'll be good to hear what they have to say. Well, I'm really confused. How has NK been off the face of the earth this well for so long? You think someone out there would notice her taking a picture, or she would have popped up? Even if she doesn't have social media. I mean, with all the technology today, mobile phones and all, you think somehow someone will recognize her now, unless she's like living in South America in some little Indian village or something. But what do you know? Mary, I think it's on YouTube. The trailer, you should be able to see it. Yeah, she's definitely good. I didn't go see it. I don't know if there's a way to see that woman or not. Yeah. So, how are things going weather-wise for y'all? Anyone not in Texas or things kind of calming down, getting better? Tennessee, it's been very mild today. It was like in the 50s. It was really good weather. But yeah, the trailer's only about a minute long, but it looks like it's put together really well. I mean, that's Jay. She has a really good talent on putting things together. That's what I liked about her presentations and what she does. 70s Kathy Joe? That's awesome. That is definitely great weather. I thought it'd be freezing coming from Florida up to Tennessee, but surprisingly, I'm doing all right. Shivering like a chihuahua. It's kind of a unique insight right now with having to put my father in the ground this Saturday and kind of being interested in true crime, and then a loved one passes away that you're used to talking to, and the mourning process is definitely different and hard for everyone. I flew, Kathy Joe. Yeah, flew from Fort Lauderdale up to Atlanta, Georgia, then over Tennessee. I don't know if they might hit like the corner of Alabama, but I don't really know the flight route that they took. Ooh, that's cold, Bumblebee. Eeh. Yeah, just kind of was the last minute deal getting a plane ticket to come up here and start sorting through things or not. So, what are you guys thinking? Do you think Chris is gonna go with his parents' wishes and sign 35C and see if he can reduce his sentence, or you think he'll just fight him tooth and nail and stay put where he's at? Personally, I think he likes having some type of structure in his life. So I mean, he likes being bossed around to a certain degree. So I think this is kind of the life he's always been adjusted to and somewhat like. Whew. Yeah, it's still looks pretty cold, Bumblebee though. Uh, I don't know. I think again, what I was saying earlier, I have a way where I can relate to Chris Watts if you want to say the batter mill, a spouse that treats you very horrible, and after years of abuse, finally, my opinion again, he snapped. He just couldn't take it. It's a good possibility. Maybe what Shanann did to those poor girls, or he just thought the only way to get out was to annihilate his whole family. It should never happen. Again, especially those poor little girls. It's horrible. I always kind of wonder what went behind the scenes when the video wasn't on, like how well they got along, or there was a lot of fighting, as Nosy Nate would say, or not. You could actually hear them through the house yelling, screaming at each other. No, you're probably right, Kathy Joe. He probably didn't kill anyone. But as it look good though, is they have somewhat of a little bit of confession. You know where the body is, or the bodies. Oh, definitely Bumblebee. Yes, the 35 will give us answers. No, I agree he is. I mean, the whole diabetes things, I'm pretty sure all of us can agree she wasn't diabetic, but I guess something with being pregnant and your blood sugar goes out of whack or something. I'm not too familiar with that. I'm assuming you women would know a lot better, but it's very interesting too with familicide and how it's usually white Caucasians in their 30s that do this. I wonder what pushes a white Caucasian male to do something like this. What about Sandy saying about them being in oil? I think that was the 14th she said that. No, that's a good point, but B, how would she know unless someone told her not? Because weren't they trying to figure how they got into the oil tanks? Yeah, he's definitely keeping his guard up on something, whatever it may be. Yeah, Troy's definitely an interesting one too, being out there and all, or going back up to the spot. I don't know with the whole Fire Stick and what they're actually trying to say with the Wi-Fi disabling it or whatever. I know you can jailbreak and use it for different apps and all, but trying to destroy the whole Wi-Fi or something, I just don't see that happening from what I understand, or the Vivint going down. If we had those transaction times of the Vivint when they went off and all, I think that would paint a pretty good picture of what was going on. And we had more of the digital forensics, what was going on, especially with technology and where people have cell phones everywhere. That usually leaves a pretty good digital print of where we've been at. Yeah, myself, I wish there was more pictures. I know it'll be horrible, but curious to see what the bodies look like after being oiled and dug up. I know those are still, we'll probably never see him unless he is granted his 35 and goes back to court. But I don't agree with KK and what she's saying, all the evidence, yada yada, with the autopsy. I mean, that's your only defense or theory. It's not going to be too reliable. Yeah, weren't they saying on an average there's like 10,000 pages for discovering, so like 2,000 or 1,900? So what do you guys think? Is there a cover up like Larry that goes on CBT saying Anadarko, the government were trying to hush it up for whatever reason? NK was cheating on Watts or seeing other guys, someone higher in the food chain. What's your guys' thought on that theory? Yeah, sorry, I didn't really throw any content or anything together, just kind of feel like it's nice to see what's going on, get everyone else's point of view. But again, I love to hear what your guys' point of view and thoughts on what happened that night. But what happened to those girls, that's the worst thing that could happen. And, being scared or not, it just, always get a little teary eyed thinking about those girls and what happened to them. I don't have any kids, but I mean, normally as a parent, you want to protect them. You would die for your kids just to make sure they survive. But what would go through a person's head to do that to two little innocent girls of all people? You're probably right, Bumblebee. He probably didn't hurt those little babies. It could have been someone else. But who? Well, why is Chris not coming out and just saying what happened? Who is Chris afraid of, or organization that he's afraid of? What happened in their past that would have caused this? I mean, do you think it's something from where Shanann worked, the Dirty South, owed money, or there was something she did and it just finally caught up to her? Because obviously something happened that night to those poor little babies and Shanann. And, probably didn't happen when Chris was there. It could have been after he went to work. Well, that's a very good possibility. Yeah, no, you're right. Shanann her life was being destroyed around here. She was losing her grip on Chris. Her finances were horrible. They were on brink of losing their house. But why didn't she talk to Chris about this, or why wouldn't Chris have an idea of what's going on? My niece right now just found out she's trying to do MLMs control. Her father and I were like, this ain't gonna be good. This poor little girl's gonna lose so much money over this. But yet, that's how we grows by our mistakes. But I just don't see why you want to live your life the rest in prison. After what you did have, I mean, a beautiful family, two cute little girls, a decent home. I don't think Shanann was making that much money as she was. Yeah, I think Chris was finally happy and kind of discovered who he was as a person, doing things he did enjoy with NK. You know, I, I know there's so many different theories, and she looks like a bad person, but again, the only proof that we have is she had an affair with Chris. I mean, that happens to a lot of people. Doesn't make her a bad person. She didn't really do anything wrong besides, sleeping around with Chris. Oh yeah, no, definitely Bumblebee. The position she was in, yeah, kind of curl up in the fetus position. Like, is it straight up blowing minds with the? They might have a picture of a person across the bathroom vomiting. I don't know. You think it's possible that, yeah, Shanann did this to those poor little babies and girls, and Chris didn't know what to do. He was scared, so he took them with him to go hide the bodies after maybe what Shanann did. I mean, yeah, she was going through having a lot of issues, North Carolina, Nutgate going on. Mentally, maybe she wasn't doing well. Yeah, Bumblebee, exactly, being sick over the toilet. And I don't know, with you ladies, did you ever have a friend that would drink while they were pregnant? I really don't know any woman that would really take anything because they want the baby to be strong and healthy. When do you think Chris will come out and actually say, "Hey, this is what happened that night," and tell the truth? Like, again, what's he so afraid of? That he's gonna spend the rest of his life behind bars unless he's okay with it or doesn't want to change. Only thing I can think of, he likes being told what to do. As you know, for me, I hated that being behind bars, not being able to do things I enjoy doing, coming and going as I do. That would be an interesting flavor for. Hmm, interesting Bumblebee. I like oranges. I haven't drank in a long time, at least 3, 4 years now, and all. But it just everyone has a different preference and what they're going through with life and how we handle things. But I guess Chris must have been really again broken down, 90 something days away, isolated with a paper sheet covering him. No, I've been there, done that. He must have been really broken to have that happen to him. He must have been pretty devastated or not. What Wealth County, I mean, innocent till proven guilty. The way they had him locked up and really no ways to communicate or privileges and all, that was wrong. But I have been in locked up where you're locked up 23 hours, only get out one day in maximum security and have other guys telling this one individual to kill themselves or to commit suicide. It to me that's irrational, doesn't make sense, but the mindset behind there it's a lot different than here. It's totally different society and how things act. I mean, I personally believe with walk down different prison documentaries, it's not like that exactly. Um, I was in a really small pod. It held about 36 people. Really small jail. Maybe max was like 10 to 15 at a time. But it had a federal hold, and so like we would get a lot of people that would, illegal immigrants coming up into the country. And so we learned to coexist. We actually had what we call spreads, where everyone pitches in food and you have like a big family dinner or something, white and Hispanics. We got along great. And so I didn't really see, because I'm white, I have to go join a white supremacist gang, or if you were, Latin, go join the Latin Kings or something. It wasn't quite like that. It's just everyone was in bad situations and we just tried to make the best of it. I'd probably have more time smiling, laughing, having hope being locked down, where with like what Chris is going through than being out in the world and have to make our own choices. It just, oh yeah, oh definitely, Kathy. I'm sure that'd be very scary and traumatizing. Did you actually get to see inmates, or did they just take you to parts where people come and go, kind of? But yeah, that would be definitely scary. I remember I was in Boy Scouts and we were doing something at the county seat, like the judge and the county building was all in one, so really small jail. But they allowed us to go view the jail. They didn't see any inmates, but they showed us like the processing area and some other parts that we didn't get to see any inmates. Did I hear Heather's phone call? He said they're praying about finally in his memory gaps because there was a lot of trauma that night. She's for real. She still has no clues what happened. No, that's probably true, Mary. Maybe he is really traumatized and he's got post-traumatic stress or something. I mean, that seems to help him through people just over time and traumatic events. You forget sometimes what happened. No, that's a very good possibility. Hey, Irene, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. We're just kind of having a little chit chat. Yeah, Bumblebee, it'd be definitely interesting with NA and she gets crossed or not. It just, do you guys think Chris is finally in a good mental state where he can recall certain things or ready to fight now? Or do you feel like it's his parents pushing, trying to get his sentence reduced and want him to have his day in court? I don't know. I'm kind of up in the air. I'm if his parents went to Colorado with Lana and Jake for Justice, I think what Heather's saying is not exactly true, unless he's just, doing that for the drama to stay in the limelight. But I think he wants out, to be honest with you, or he wants to have his side of the story told. 50-50 with the girls' bodies. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. It could go either way. Again, we don't know exactly what happened that night. And why was NA there that morning, or why'd she spend the whole night? I mean, that's factual. I know you'll have a lot of people dispute that or not, but I mean, it's in there. But again, those poor babies, the girls, they're the true victims of what happened. I mean, just who would do that to innocent little girls like that? Some sick individuals if they did. Bumblebee, I'm gonna have to go through and listen to them both. I haven't really been paying attention on what's going on with Island, so I don't know what Heather said versus what Kim said. I listened a little bit to Kim as far as like emails, yada yada. But I mean, I don't have a very good impression of Heather, talking to AD because I don't really believe what AD says is factual. I think he's just a con artist trying to get money out of people. But on the other hand, Kim could be just doing the same. Bubblegum thought, Pete Vomit, what? What? Let's do tell Mary. I've heard of this. Bubblegum Vomit? What? Is this at the house or the Survey 319? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point, Irene. It's just maybe the only thing could be was running out of time and need to hide the bodies or something. Again, when would there be an exact time of death? Why hasn't that came out yet? And supposedly when they died, why are they holding that stuff back? Well, that's interesting about the bubblegum bomb in that survey. I have not heard that one before, that little bit of information. You guys know this case very well. What was made of Kathy Joe? So, as a small community, obviously we want the truth. Do you guys support Chris filing 35C just to have the actual truth out there where you can have due process in court? That's kind of what, regardless of the crime, if we have a due process system, everyone can have their right court. That's important. So I know, I feel like I was violated or didn't have due process. I didn't really know the rules when I got my DUI or not. Yeah, that's huh. No, that's probably a good possibility, Kathy Joe. But why, you know, why didn't they get a lawyer before when Ronnie Reisler could have more time to build a defense or not to work about it? Why do you, in his mind, just kind of gave up and gave a confession. I mean, your father just flew all the way out here. And how did his father not know before? Supposedly they didn't talk about it until, that interview room. Do you guys think Ronnie had a pretty good idea ahead of time what happened? Or do you think he was naturally shocked too once Chris confessed to his first confession? Well, yeah, I tell you what, though, mourning makes people do different stuff. It doesn't matter, the victim or if it's a natural, it just makes people goofy. I mean, my emotions myself's been all up and down with my father's passing. I couldn't imagine, having a family member murdered or not. I'm sure there'd definitely be some anger built up. Yeah, no, I agree, Mary. They, I wonder if they're building a whole legal team for Chris. Do you guys know how long Lana and Jay and Ronnie they were in Colorado for? How many days? I just I don't know. This case it's so intriguing on what happened that night. Just again, this reminds me of the Darlie Routier case and what happened in that house with her two little boys being stabbed. It's just 24 years later and no one really knows. I personally I think she just snapped and stabbed him or whatever to get even with her husband. I mean, Shanann could have done the same thing to Chris. I don't know what sideshow. I don't even know what to believe on what people in this content and who's factual, who's not, what's the right thing, who, is Chris telling the truth, is he not? I think we agree though, Chris, for the most part, if he does have an IQ of 140, he's pretty intelligent when it comes to mechanics and having a Rain Man memory and all. But sounds like common sense. He doesn't have much of or knows when to shut up. Again, if anything, if you get pulled over with the police or not, don't talk unless you have a lawyer. If you get pulled over, asking if you're being detained or if you can go. Be polite, be respectful, and don't try to cause more problems. The time to fight it's your day in court. If you want to take it all the way, um, lawyers don't like that. They like plea deals, especially get it done early, just so they have a conviction. You don't go to jail or whatever, and it doesn't cost that much money for the state to have these trials and all. But I just wish they didn't stop the investigation. I'm sure a lot of you would agree with that. The only really true thing they have against Chris was his confession. He knew where the bodies were. But from what I understand, forensically, there wasn't really anything against him. No DNA, no fibers, nothing. Yeah, no, Chris got screwed, definitely Bumblebee. But he didn't have the balls to fight. I know he was probably traumatized and, very passive, and he got railroaded. Chris probably's been railroaded, not being the nice guy. No, that's true. There's a lot of people that have been gotten out on false confessions, being pressured into it. I mean, being in there for hours and hours, personally being attacked, lack of sleep, not thinking correctly. Yeah, it's bound to happen with people making false confessions. No doubt about it. A lot of people that are innocent get railroaded by the judicial system. It's not pretty, it's horrible. But thank goodness we have like the innocent projects that go and take CMA and they're able to help people get free or not. Yeah, I'm sure you're right, Bumblebee. He probably did. I mean, he was what? I think there's like 9 hours of interview tapes or something. Oh yeah, definitely. I agree with you, Mary. Nobody apologizes to lying to the cops. You're trying to. The goal is not to go to jail and to be locked up. Why did Ronnie and them not have the resources during that time to get him a lawyer? I know they're not rich, but I'm sure they could have done something to help, you know, get him some type of lawyers for defense besides a public lawyer, public servant, or whatever you want to call them. Public defenders, we know for the most part, they're not very good. They're usually trash. They just want to do the smallest amount to get done. Their caseload's a lot too. I mean, they have a lot of cases they have to deal with and trying to remember. So I'm sure it's hard being a public defender. Ronnie tried 3 different times to get him a lawyer, Bumblebee. Yeah, that interview should have been stopped that night when Ronnie came in instead of the confession. Because if it was, wasn't a person of interest, it should have stopped. I mean, if you can see now, a lot of people wised up. The missing lady from Colorado, I can't think of her name at the moment, bicyclist, her husband went to Denver. Um, I think in San Diego, there's another person that lawyered up too, another missing lady. Uh, I don't know, I'm thinking of cases and Morphew, Suzanne Morphew, I think's the one Barry Morphew lawyered up and got quiet. Oh yeah, no, definitely Bumblebee. Even him being locked up or whatever, he should have had a chance to have visiting rights to talk to him and set up some type of form of defense or not. Oh my gosh. Really? 200? Wow. That is crazy. A retainer of 250K? Well, he must be one heck of a lawyer then if he wants that much. Wow, for that's ridiculous. Like, who could afford something like that? Yeah, but what's up with them? It seems like it's always Florida, Colorado, and Texas and California. Like you got 4 states where you got all this crazy stuff happening, or at least makes the national news. It's just, I hate to see stuff happen to these kids. There's the two little black boys, Orrin Orson. Supposedly they went missing on December 21st. I know a lot of people are looking at the adopted parents, and a lot of people are coming to a conclusion like those kids never made it to that house. One case I'm really looking forward to and curious is the Doomsday couples, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Um, oh, that's probably true. Kathy and they hide the bodies better. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Fernand Slip, how are you doing? So, is there any other cases you guys recently trying to keep an eye on or curious besides the Watts case or another one similar to it? You're probably right, Bumblebee. It's such a diverse melting pot with, you got so many people coming from the Caribbean, South America, and then just regular American people. So, but yeah, there's a lot of crime in Florida, and the prison systems, from what I understand, the conditions are just horrendous. But I'd like to see justice for JJ and Tylee. I mean, what happened to those poor little kids because their mom went nuts or not like Shanann? I hope they're able to bring murder charges against Lori Vallow there. That's wrong. What happened to those little kids? Oh yeah, I've been listening a lot too about the Delphi 4 years now. I mean, they got that picture and video clips. Like, what else are the cops holding back? Yeah, I think that's a good case for to keep up because those poor little girls, that should never happen to them. No, just any crime against kids is horrendous and should never happen to them. Do you think someone intimately knew the kids knew they were coming or not? It'd be interesting with the cell phones and what data they hold or not. Oh yeah, definitely marry that. Yeah, George Floyd. Personally, I think the cops are dead. Get off. I don't think they have a very good case against them, but I could be wrong. But yeah, with the George Floyd and the side delirium, I think that'll be a hard one for the prosecution because being on drugs and having a poor heart and other factors there. I just don't think the cop putting his knee on the neck is going to be sufficient enough. I'd be wrong though, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Let's see. What's the other one with the father and son down? Ahmaud Arbery. Have any of you guys been following that case? Oh yeah, Letitia. Yeah, she's a nut job, that's for sure. Um, I haven't really heard too much. Is she back in Colorado now? Did she finally get extradited from North or South Carolina? Yeah, again, and that's horrible. That poor boy. No, it's just crazy. Of course, again, Florida's where they find his poor body. Like, what are the odds of that happening? Drive all the way across the country, try to hide the body in Florida. Letitia, she seems like a nut job. I don't know, if you kind of tie it in together, you got Darlie Routier, what she did in her poor voice, it is very possible that Shanann could have killed her kids and Chris didn't have nothing to do with it. No, you mean the Gannon Stotch case? Uh, that should be coming up pretty soon. I think they should have another hearing. Yeah, yeah, it's possible. There's public land everywhere in Nevada. It's very possible, and it's very rocky too. There'd be a lot of spots out there to hide bodies, that's for sure. But no, let's go to Florida. Go feeding the alligators or something. Apparently, she didn't get too far getting rid of the case or his body too well. I mean, Florida again, there's a lot of swampland and water, but I guess it was just off to the side of the road or something. What do you guys think of the Ahmaud Arbery case and the the father and son? Do you guys think it was self-defense when Ahmaud, or do you think they really provoked him and he was stealing stuff out of the house? Yeah, who knows? It's probably true. You're probably right, Bumblebee. My brother's girlfriend's into watching CSI and I guess maybe some true crimes. I think she has a pretty good understanding of the cultures between prison and jail, which she doesn't. Do you guys think that Chris will be transferred back to Colorado for his 35C hearing? Or won't they just do like a Zoom phone call? That's what I was thinking, instead of moving him all the way back there. The way things are with the pandemic going on. It wouldn't be that hard to, send out a web link and just let people, presume court over that. Oh, that reminds me. Uh, yeah, if any of you want to, can just send the link here if you guys want to come and chit chat or whatever's on your mind. Please feel free to. I don't know why I didn't think of that before, but there's the link if you guys want to come in and talk Watt's case or different other cases. Love to hear your inside opinions about things. But I definitely say Chris is gaining momentum on his side, and people are starting to, step back and just thinking what he did was horrible, and looking more depth into the case and realizing, maybe he did do this or didn't do this. Maybe it was Shanann. It's always good to have a different look. Yeah, no, that's true, Mary. But again, just I'm thinking with the pandemic and geographical location, how the economies, things are getting a little bit more expensive. It's like, why couldn't they do the process with him in Wisconsin still and, just talk to his lawyers or have video conference calls? But uh, it's not the first time I've been wrong. But y'all think he has a good chance of winning 35C? I mean, Scott Rice says, 0 to none. You got other people, but yeah, and then, you don't know until you try. That's definitely one thing is, always trying to have a positive attitude and just keep going regardless of the outcome where you might be told no all the time. Being mentally strong to keep pursuing and going for the 35C or whatever motion that he files or not. Hey, Lilu, how are you? No, I think it's very possible for Chris to not be denied, but it's going to take a lot of work and paperwork on, what his rights were violated and lack of counsel. Even new evidence will be interesting. I agree with you, Bumblebee. I think he does. You know, sounds like, they're getting a lot of public support behind him. I mean, that's pretty huge for Lana and Jake for Justice to go with Ronnie and however they long Colorado, whatever paperwork or research they did. Thanks, Lulu. I'm doing pretty good. Been in Tennessee. I'll be here for a week. Saturday is when we're gonna have the funeral and everything. But just had some downtime and kind of with all the drama that's going on today, thought I'd talk about it. Not sure on who to believe between KK and Heather. Maybe Heather's right. KK could be wrong where, she's breaking ties. Obviously, she done something to piss enough people off to not have that go or her leaving. Something's not right. Uh, do y'all know how long Ronnie and them were out in Colorado? How many days? Just curious. Get drop the link if any of you want to come up and chit chat or not. You're more than welcome to. Love to hear your guys' opinions. Well, if Chris didn't do it, and he got railroaded, he needs to fight. I don't understand why someone could be happy with prison accepted. I don't know. Do you think he gives out mixed signals just to keep everyone on the toes, or do you think he's being honest? Because obviously, you guys know I'm neutral, kind of in that. Like, I feel like he had part of it by his confession, not knowing what happened to those poor babies. But if he did it, then he's in the right place where he needs to be. If he didn't do it, he needs to fight. Yeah, no, I hope it's in Chris's best interest if he got railroaded and gave a false confession. I mean, to a certain degree, I've never done like an interview, but watching his interview and along with other confessions and all, yeah, he he got screwed. As soon as his dad came in, they should have went and lawyered up and started a good defense instead of him going back and talking to the cops. You're right, Mary. No, I agree. I don't think he had a clue on earth what he was doing. And, he wanted to help. Sincerely, he could have went to work, didn't know about it, or someone blackmailed or something. Yeah, I haven't really been following the drama in Colorado. I mean, I got my own drama in Tennessee right now, trying to get my father's affairs in order and good to go. But do you feel like Jace for Justice, a lot of them are making headway? Yeah, the live tomorrow will be definitely interesting to hear and see. Hey, Sandy, how are you doing? So, Sandy, what do you think about the drama in Colorado and getting ready to file 35C and everything? Oh, yeah, definitely. I would want to watch too and see what's going on. Again, I'm gonna drop the link if anyone wants to come on and express your opinion. Glad to hear so. What time zone is that, Bumblebee? 11 p.m. Eastern, Central, Mountain. Yeah, no, he should definitely do the time of tampering with the bodies and what happened if he did do that. No doubt, Mary, I agree with you. Oh, Eastern, you think? Okay, well, that's good to know. So I'm in Central Time. So for those of you in Central, it's 10, Mountain Time 9, Pacific 8. If he's able to have this Danny Horn will finally be able to have the truth on what happened to those babies. What on earth? Ugh. So, what's your thoughts, Sandy? Do you think Chris is innocent, or do you feel like he played a part somehow and we just don't know? What's your point of view? Leila, I really don't know how long. I was listening a little bit to Cam, and I always found Cam to be valid, but it is coming to a point like I really don't know. I haven't really listened to Heather's side of the argument, who's true or not. I'm probably leaning a little bit towards Heather now, since Kim's saying she's got to step away from the Watts and the case and everything. So, Heather could be right. Uh, Kim could be lying. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You got one person saying the one thing, the other one trying to backtrack, and all of a sudden breaking ties. So, yeah, I think I'm probably leaning towards Heather from what I'm seeing with Kim stepping away and not going to Colorado and helping. I hope that I hope that's what you were answer your question there, Leland. But Kim has such a big following. Like, I mean, she's got pretty good motivation behind her and people helping her financially and building up her channel. Well, I'm sure she would win if she was truly invited. Something happened because, she would have been there. Not, hey, Cosmic, how are you doing? Yeah, I think it's coming to a point like everything's catching up to Kim and might take a while before people, start seeing the light that she's probably, lying, not being honest. Because originally, she was the spokespersons for the Watson Their Voice Forum. No, I agree with you, Bumblebee. I think her channel will slow down. There's no affiliations with the Watts, no doubt about it. But I don't know. I guess tomorrow when Jay for Justice goes live at 11 p.m. Eastern time, Sorry, I decided to kick myself out of my own life here. Oh no, it's definitely a circus, that's for sure. But how bad of a circus is it? Sorry, going outside so my brother can sleep. He doesn't have to hear me chit chat the whole time. But, if Chris got railroaded and having time to think about this, I hope he wants to fight now if he didn't do anything of this or reduce his time if he just helped hide the bodies or not. I'm trying to be non-biased, that's why I guess I kind of lean more towards Jays for Justice, Kim's, and other channels along those lines versus AD, CDT, and all. I think AD is just trying to promote, get money, being a con artist. But yeah, AD has such a big following and influence over people. I mean, being a content creator, he seems to do very well for himself and the following. But as far as facts and truth coming out, I don't think he's actually there. Um, y'all watch Natasha Cooper? I think she's a hoot. Like some of the things that she has and all cracks me up. I don't maybe agree with all what she says or not. She seems to be like into the drama sides of the cases or not, but I think some of her sayings and being a Southern woman, she's a hoot. I find her hilarious, very entertaining. Oh, Natasha's a scam artist too. You think she had a big part of NK's cousins and NK being pregnant, yada yada? Yeah, no, I agree, Lulu. Like some of the sayings and what she says is just hilarious. Yeah, she's her facial expression cracks me up. I don't agree with her. I think she's wrong or whatever. Like, recently she said Chris was probably a pedophile. I don't see that happening. I don't think those two little girls would be very secure being around him if he was, doing something bad to him. I definitely disagree with that. I think Chris was a very good father. And again, my opinion is, he just got pushed over the edge and he snapped and something happened that night. And, it could have been Shanann the whole time, her life was being destroyed. She didn't have control over it. So that's what she decided to do or not. Lulu, are you talking about Kim? I don't know. What do you guys think about the whole spirit boxes and psych readings or mediums or not? Do you think they're real or just putting on a show to earn money? I was kind of disturbed. There was one guy who went to Shenan's grave with the girls and tried to do spirit box reading. I That didn't sit well with me. I thought that was wrong. What do I think about the 35C going on the 26th? I think they'll probably release some information. As far as I don't know what Heather's saying, and Chris is a good sign they're scared to go back to Colorado. I don't know, but if he is scared going back, you know, if he wants his freedom again or reduce down his sentence, he's got to suck it up and go and take care of business. I mean, I do myself consider myself a Christian and, believe in Christ died for us and everything. And, there's obviously spirits and demons, but I don't see using spirit box how that works very well and communicate with people or not. I'd say you have better chances with a medium instead of over a spirit box picking them on a random channel or not. So, Lee, what do you think? They're just making a documentary. They weren't really doing paperwork or anything towards the 35C. But do you guys feel like Chris is finally becoming brave enough or remembering what happened that night and to have the balls to tell the truth what actually happened? I think he has a chance. It's a very slim chance, but I think he has a chance. It's just what type of argument he's going to make. I think it's important what kind of lawyers that are going to help him file the paperwork and if he's ready to fight for his life or not. That's funny, Mary. No, I agree with you. But we don't know if Chris would win that 35C or not unless he files it. So, I mean, we can stay up here and, you know, guess, like, if you want to take a basketball team, which team's going to win the national championship or not until they play. We just don't know. We can, use theory and strategize, but we don't know until they actually compete. Well, it's a little chilly outside. Let me, sorry, I'm gonna try to go in the garage. It's getting a little chilly outside. You're probably right, Bumblebee. Fingers crossed, you might. Well, isn't that what we all thought besides his documentary why they went to Colorado? A little chilly out here, too. I think I'm definitely used to Florida weather. Nope, guess I'll be sitting in back here. Sorry, guys, you probably just hear me rambling on. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. You know, it seems like they almost have everything they need to, find the guy. Like someone should recognize they did that to those poor little girls. Cosmic. Yeah, Delphi going on 4 years. That's awful what happened. I mean, just any crime against the kids, horrendous, and wish it would never happen. But I hope Chris is ready this time in the fight and stick up for himself instead of being passive. Lulu, I think it was somebody that, yeah, I think it's a local guy with the Delphi. Hey, Tipsy, how are you doing? No, you're not late. You're right on time. I saw you in KK's live earlier. Tried to holler at you, Tipsy Toes, but I don't know if you saw my messages or not. So, Tipsy, what do you think with KK parting ways? Do you think she's right or Heather's correct, or with all the drama and the 35C going on? What's your point of view? Tipsy was busy with KK, and I don't know. Would you think of KK? Do you think she's being honest and truthful about her content, or you think she's lying and Heather's being truthful? Or Mary, do you think it's possible that someone used to live there and then wasn't there anymore, so but knew the area well? Whose BS are you buying, Tipsy? Sorry, I guess I did leave. I must have. But again, yeah, I think we'll have some more answers with Lana and Jace for Justice tomorrow on Jace for Justice channel. Again, 11 p.m. Yeah, well, I don't know, KK. She was quiet there for a while, whatever was going on behind the scenes, and then doing basic videos like what happened to Shanann's web shirt. I mean, if you're coming up with criteria and it's kind of a weak case. Mary, I haven't looked at the map of the area for the Delphi, so I don't know. I just know two little girls were on a bridge. They got some footage of a guy and one slight recording that says down the hill. That's basically all I know about it. It's just interesting again with the Watts case and like the truth on it, like why didn't you protect those baby girls? Why was that allowed to happen to them? Was someone physically holding him or threatening him? Or did he leave? Once he left, the people went in there, got him. Then later on, he went to look for him. They're not there. And whoever had Shanann captive took them up to 35C. But how would he know the bodies were there? Like, oh, there's a few walkthrough videos. Yeah, sloth, nice and slow cosmic, that's for sure. When do you think the 35C will be filed and we'll have a better idea on court? Do you think it'll be sometime this year, or do you think it will be filed in a court hearing for 2022? Well, no, I agree. Again, I feel like Chris, maybe just from my experience dating a woman, kind of like Shanann and how difficult it was for me being in that relationship. But again, there's other cases, um, where the mother snaps and kills the kid. I mean, Susan Smith is a very good, she wanted to be with the guy that didn't want kids, so she tried to lie about, two little boys being stuck in the car in a lake or whatever. That was horrible. Hey, Jean Marie, how are you doing? So, what's your guys' predictions? Do you think the 35C will have a hearing this year in 2021 or in 2022 when they decide to file it? Also, do you think Chris finally has a legal team or a couple lawyers willing to help him? Yeah, they changed the sketch a lot, that's for sure. I think I kind of like the first one originally, not the second one as well, but I mean, the second one could be more accurate. I don't know. I don't understand how they haven't caught this guy yet out of Delphi. I mean, they got some, a pretty good description of him, although it's pixelated. But you think someone would recognize the voice too when you hear it down the hill. Oh, really, Lulu? Thinking it's a pasture? I need to look more to the Delphi case, apparently. Looks like you guys are having a pretty good conversation on the Delphi. Didn't they think it was like a cop too was a suspect at one time, but he got cleared? It looked like the murder. No, I think the murder of the Delphi, he was late 40s, early 50s, would be my guess. Yeah, there's a lot of good content out there. The documentary series Don't Mess with Cats and Web Sleuths, that is always intriguing. Luca Magnota or whatever his name was, and how he got busted. Uh, yeah, no problem, Tipsy. I'll type it in for you. Yeah, that's my email there. If you guys have any idea of cases or content to cover. Also, here's the link if you guys want to, come up and talk about Chris Watts, the Delphi case, or the Orson and Orrin West case, whatever. Love to talk about it. But yeah, it'd be great, or you guys don't have to hear me rambling on. Y'all want to come up and put your 2 cents in or not? It sounds like there was definitely a lot of chatter today, and Kim was trying to cover a lot of ground with what Heather said and the drama in the Watts case. I wonder if Chris is loving all this attention by females. Maybe I'm just wrong. I keep going crazy trying to keep up with what lies or whatever he said to one woman to another, not get caught yet. Yeah, I don't know. A womanizer, a guy that can juggle so many men and keep his stories correct, I couldn't do it. I would be horrible at it. I'm already a horrible liar like Chris Watts is, but just trying to keep everything straight or not. All right, Bumblebee, good night. Hey, Tipsy, you want to come on tonight and talk a little bit? Kind of give us the 411 and what KK was saying? Okay, Tipsy, sounds good. No problem. If I get try to find me a chair or something here, this garage is so dirty. Uh, oh, there we go. Sorry, y'all. I'm just talking to myself, trying to get around this mess here in the garage. So, how long have you guys been following the Delphi case? Again, here's the link. So, have you guys ever been in the justice system and tried to fight whatever they were trying to charge you with? Be interesting to hear your experience if you have or not. I don't have a Star Trek chair either. I'm sitting on a bucket right now, Mary. Oh, there's a case out of Idaho. I think I might talk a little bit more about. Probably want to get back to Florida maybe a week from Saturday. There was a lady, I guess she was having some mental issues or something going on, and a police officer was trying to detain her. She was fighting against the police officer, and she got tased, but was able to get up and get moving. And the police officer called for help, and the backup that came to help him ended up running the cop over and killing him. And they're charging this woman for involuntary manslaughter for the cop running over the cop that was tasing her or something like that. Sounds like it's a crazy case. It's out of Idaho too, along with the Daybell case going on. I don't know if you guys heard of it or seen anything on YouTube about it, but it looks like it might be an interesting case, and I'm curious if she'll be able to take it all the way to trial, win or not. I believe the maximum sentence they're trying to charge her is like 10 years. No, I agree, Lou. It's all this bullying nonsense. You think everybody'd be working together to find the truth and to want to know exactly what happened. But guess, you got people on both sides of the fence. But yeah, I think with this lady and being charged for involuntary manslaughter, I think she has a pretty good chance of winning her case. but I could be wrong though. But I'm going to try to dig up some more information on it and present it. Because to me, it's kind of that's pretty messed up. If charging a lady or your own coworker running you over or killing you, that doesn't seem fair. What do y'all think about the Orr and Orson case out of California? Those two missing little black boys. I guess they've been missing now for about 2 months. Have any of y'all been following that one? Or what do you guys have you heard any different theories besides NK or NA being in the house? You think aliens abducted them and put them out there? No problem, Tipsy. Take your time. Yeah, Leila, the West Boys. Do you think they ever made it to that house, or do you think something happened to them before they moved into that house in California City? Exactly, Mary Chalk. And the whole time you're thinking, kids love to draw on chalk, and there's hardly anything on the concrete or nothing on the concrete. Lots of dog's names chalk. This case reminds me a little bit. It's going to be pretty close to the Watts case. Trying to find these two boys. And here's the link if anyone would like to come up and talk or not. But yeah, to me, the West case is very similar to the Watts in that I believe that the parents or the adopted parents definitely did something. They were the last people to see those poor little boys. The body language, if swaying back and forth, self holding, yeah, it was cold when they were talking outside and all, but that interview I didn't think go exactly the best for him. No, the Jim Viva Family Channel. Huh, that sounds interesting, Lulu. Yeah, let me know when you check it out, Marion, what's going on or not. It does sound interesting. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, Cody.
Hey.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Sorry, bud.
No, you're good. Oh, sorry that I came out to let my brother sleep and then talk to you guys, and apparently he's up talking to his fiance still. It's been good to spend time with my brother. I haven't seen him in like 10 or 12 years. He's been busy and we live on opposite sides of the country. It's unfortunate the time we come together, but in a good way. It's nice to spend time with a sibling. And it's definitely hard too. I'm not sure if you had like ever lost someone or not where you used to talk to them every day and all of a sudden they're gone. They're not there anymore. That's hard for me still having a hard time trying to adjust that way. But definitely try to minimize the family and spread more love to your family and friends. Again, tomorrow's not promised. Anything could happen to any one of us. And so I think it's important to definitely show love towards everybody. I know we all disagree and there's a lot of drama going on, especially on what case you're following or not. Oh, you two must be on the same radio channel or something going on there in Lilu. I'm totally lost on what you guys are talking about or not understanding. Again, if someone likes to come on or not. Yeah, sorry I'm not really kind of being pretty boring tonight. This was spare the moment, just kind of random to see who would get on and what to talk about or to see what was going on with the Watts case after um, Lana and Jay and the Watts being in Colorado. But yeah, I think the more I think about it, I'm leaning against KK and what she's saying. I think she's barely trying to keep her head above water right now after breaking ties with the Watts for whatever reason. Isn't it interesting though how emotionally invested we get into cases on what side of the fence you're on, whether Shanann was innocent or Shanann killed the kids, and just how much people want to dig and find the truth to actually what happened that night? Yeah, I mean, definitely here in the true crime community, you see a lot more women interested in true crime versus men. I guess maybe too many men are just locked up or don't care or have other things to do. But to me, it's definitely intriguing on what happens or not. Yep, Lainey, we're all still here. Did you listen to KK today or Heather, or what's your thoughts, Lainey, on the Chris Watson 35C? Who do you think's lying? You think KK is lying, or you think Heather's lying? Again, just more thinking about it, and with Kim breaking ties with the Watts, I kind of feel like she's lying. Oh, did you listen, Lani, to KK today? So KK was asking for proof from Heather, whether she was talking to Chris or what Chris said. And it's like you can get really far behind on the drama or the gossip here if you don't keep up on a daily basis listening different content creators or not. It's crazy. I thought by just jumping on and get the 411 and be able to have a good conversation or not. Lainey, I have. It looks like it's going to be very good. Um, I think Jay for Justice does very well in editing and putting videos together. It will definitely be exciting tomorrow to hear from Jay and Lana on what they experienced and what information they're going to give. I think there's definitely a big buzz about that. Again, tomorrow, I believe it's going to be on Jays for Justice channel at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. But I hope it's a step in the right direction. Whether this is Chris wants to do is file 35C. I hope he has the balls, regardless if he does have to go back to Colorado or not. But to be a man and not be passive, and to fight this time, he's actually innocent. That's kind of one thing with the justice court system again is, yeah, this is your life you're talking about, your future. If you're an innocent person, you need to fight and keep fighting. I mean, there's people, you only have 50-50 shot at it. And right now where he's at, he does have a small chance, but it's going to be a very difficult chance on him. 35C, it might have, I don't know if it can go up to a higher court or not. But it's just, I'm glad he's finally come to, a place he's broken tired prison, or, he misses what he had. I agree, Lulu. I love Jays for Justice and her content. That's kind of what made me listen a lot more of KK when she had to say. But no, I think Jay for Justice does a wonderful job on presenting true crime content, that's for sure. Yeah, Lulu, that's the word that he is scared to leave and to go back to Colorado. Yeah, well, it's a bunch of hogwash. They don't know. I mean, you think a lot of people would be objective, wanting to know the truth and non-biased and hearing both sides of the story. Again, it's horrible what happened to those poor girls, especially in Shanann, but, we should know the truth as a society so we can prevent this. Even again with Scott Peterson, about 15, almost 16 years later, that he's finally getting a new trial if he didn't do it. I mean, if Scott didn't do it, I mean, I'm glad he's finally going to have a fair trial. I mean, Scott Peterson, that's definitely a highly emotional charged case too. But yeah, he got screwed on that juror Big Red or whatever her name is in line. Rough crowd tonight. Jeez, guys. No, I'm just kidding. No, I appreciate you guys coming in tonight, especially just random and all, or not really presenting anything. I was just kind of being random tonight. Again, there's the link if one of y'all like to talk about the Chris Watts case or any cases that's intriguing to you. Thanks, Lainey. I'm glad you like random too. The Chris Watts case is definitely random, that's for sure. And the course is gone. You think we'll have been a close case and we won't be talking about it, but here we are, still trying to figure out what's going on. Was it Chris that did it, or was it Shanann? Who hurt those babies? Again, another one I mentioned a little bit earlier is the Orson West case. What happened to those two little boys? And they've been gone for 2 months, almost 3 now. Like, what happened to them? What's going on? Definitely have to have patience when it comes to kids and what happened to them. Even the Doomsday couples on what they did to JJ and Tylee. It's just horrible, especially Tylee, I guess, where they killed her and then they chopped her up and tried to burn her body. Why would people do that? To me, this is just my personal opinion. That's just as bad, if not worse, than what happened to the poor little Watts girls and being put into those tanks. Like, who would desecrate a body like that or not? I agree, Lainey. It's very strange. And just the number of people that's involved around this married couple and the death going on. It'll be definitely interesting to watch the trials and try to figure out what happened with the Doomsday couple. I think they're just both going crazy. I don't know. Yeah, to me, that's probably my favorite case right now. I mean, I love the Watts case and want justice. Definitely for the two little girls on whether side of the fence. I think, the society has a right to the truth and to know what happened to those two little girls. Again, with JJ and Tylee. Well, it might be at night here until let's see. Ooh. Glad the heater's working. But do you think Lori Vallow is guilty? Or do you think she had anything to do with the deaths of her two kids or not? Hey, Tipsy.
Hey, Cooter, how are you hanging out?
Good. Got the kids all down and rested?
Yeah, my oldest is a senior, and he was going over some senior, those announcements and stuff like that for graduation.
Oh, okay, I see. So,
And
what's your thoughts with KK and what she was presenting today?
oh my, that's good. Okay. Did you see the other one that KK did before today? It was yesterday, I believe.
No, I only
Okay.
heard a little bit of today's.
Okay, well, yesterday Kim did a live, and it's when she was putting out there completely that she's no longer talking to the Watts, and she wasn't going to Colorado and stuff like that. And next thing you know, Heather popped up in her chat, and she had her come up on panel.
Okay.
And she wanted to set the record straight. So Heather jumped up on a panel and was like, Chris said this and this, and she said that's wrong. And she's like, well, I'm headed to work. She's like, message me and we'll have to, talk about it and work it out. I mean, Kim was being completely respectful, like she always is.
Yeah.
And Heather's like, okay, and stuff like that. Well, then next thing you know, I went to Heather's thing today, her channel, and I watched her video, and she oh my gosh, she was dissing Kim, and she was like, Chris said that he never even talked to her, and he isn't talking to her, and this and that, and I'm like, whoa, wait, what? I'm like, he did it in front of everybody. I mean, everybody heard him say that, listen to Kim, she's the one, that I support, and this and that. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, do you remember how Kim was like, okay, so everyone knows, that not to listen to anybody but my channel, and Chris was like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, he talked to her. We know that
Yeah.
he talked to her because we heard it. Like, I just could not believe that girl was stupid enough to say that. Kim has
Yeah.
been completely transparent about everything. She's shown all of her, like, conversations with him. She's shown her phone calls on paper, like, completely. Well, Kim called her out tonight, which I can't wait to see what Heather does. It's going to be good. But she's like, show it then, show it. Well, in the video that Heather had made, she's like, I don't have to prove nothing to nobody because you're not talking to him. I don't believe for 1 second she is.
I don't know. I'm still 50-50 on it. It's hard to say. Why do
Let
you
me
think?
explain why.
Okay.
Let me explain why I don't believe it. This girl never showed up until she went up on AD's channel. And everybody knows that AD's channel has umpteen thousand followers. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
That's how she even got brought up to start with, was from AD's channel. And
Yeah.
then went from AD's channel to making her own channel. So I don't see how she could go onto AD if he doesn't want people to know certain things and wants to be kept private. And so why is she going on AG's channel telling everybody and their brother, yeah, we talk about this and that and blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't make sense. Kim never did that. And she never denied showing her proof that she talked to him and her letters and stuff like that. Heather won't show nothing. She won't say anything. And then in Heather's video, she was like, well, it's my right and it's my decision to monetize, and I feel that it's the right thing to do, and I should be able to do the money that I want. Did you hear that part?
No, I think this about as much as I heard was Heather was in the chat and then Kim was getting email or something. So maybe it was yesterday. Or did
Well,
this
no.
happen
That was
today?
on Kim's channel. I'm talking about Heather's video that she put on her channel. Did you watch it?
No, I haven't been over there. That's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
the way
That
she has
explains
people
it.
like
Yeah, that
murder.
explains it.
How do you murder someone once a murder? I don't know. It just sounds stupid to me.
Well, the way that she's talking on her channel, like, she's trying to make it out to Kim that Kim's not real and that Kim's lying and stuff like that. But I mean, does Kim talk to him now? I don't think she does, no. And she even said she doesn't. But Heather, the way that she made it out to be, it was like, I'm not buying it. I'm trying to read the comments and it's hard to see them. Sorry.
Yeah. Or do you think Chris Watts is just sending a bunch of different mixed signals out there to everybody, telling one person one thing and somebody else something different?
I think Chris Watts is sitting in there having a field day. I think he's enjoying being the attention.
If I was in his shoes, I'd be enjoying it too. Shoot,
Exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
I mean, come on, you're bored in there, nothing to do. Why don't start drum roll? Like, why don't you get some stuff going about you? I'd do it. Yeah, I think he's enjoying it.
Yeah, why do women do that? I mean, here I am, a good, sexy-looking guy on the outside, trying to get Kim Powell, but yet, you got these people that convicted or killing, and they're getting all these hate mail too, but just getting mail in general for what the horrible crimes they've done if they committed them.
Especially the ones with kids. You know what I mean? I mean, granted, I don't believe Chris killed the kids, but regardless, he put them in the tanks or he had a hand in it because it's his work. Like, you know what I mean? He knew.
Well,
so therefore, like, I would not ever write someone like that.
Yeah, no, I know there's some type of involvement, but again, I'm trying to make sure, like, was it Shanann or was it him, and who put the bodies there? Because I'm still open to the, different theories. But it was NK or NA had something to do with it. But as far as I know,
believe NK I think she had a lot to do with it. I believe that completely.
You think she was there that night? I
do. Why had her phone ping there? At that time. I do believe it. And when you watch the video of the truck, she was the first one to walk out. You can tell by her walk and by the way she held, like, her demeanor. That was not Chris.
Well, the first person with the long pants or whatever looks like a retard walking out, whoever that is.
I believe it was her. I believe it was her only because of the dress, the way that they're dressed, and how she walked. Chris has like a lean when he walks. I mean, I don't know. I can notice it, but she didn't walk like that, and she's more thinner than Chris is. He's more built up. You can see it's her.
I don't know. It's so intriguing with this case and what's going on.
It
Like
is.
some of these other cases too, like with the Orr and Orson West. Like what happened?
Orson, yeah. I'm following that one too.
Like, well, why are people doing this? I mean, it seems like it's either kids or a spouse or significant other that's missing.
Yes, Lilu. Chris is not sexy. I don't think so either.
He makes me feel sexy.
You should. He's not.
So I'm very sarcastic when it comes to true crime and adding twist into it here and there. I can't help it, ladies. I'm sorry. It's just I'm very sarcastic, so please don't take it personal. I'm just
no, I don't take it personal.
Good to know.
I joke a lot too. I'm just trying to read the comments because my phone's dying, so I have it on the wireless charger with my headphones connected to my. Yeah.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to read the comments.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of rough crowd. Did you how many videos have you made, Tipsy?
I haven't got to make any more. The first one was like a half shot. It was such a shit show. I have to learn more how to do it or get it like a laptop. I'm working on that. I don't know if I'm going to continue to do it because it's getting crazy out. I mean, with this case, and I think it's about to break wide open. I do want to ask Mary, who do you think it was then if it wasn't CW and NK? Just curious. Yes, the floating ponytail.
Is that damn Sasquatch?
If only it was that simple.
Who knows? I mean, people are saying aliens and fake sightings and that, so why not throw Bigfoot into the mix, is my opinion.
You know? I agree.
Like,
I do believe in like possession and stuff like that. Maybe he could have been possessed, but I don't know. That's a hard that goes into a whole nother world.
Yeah, so have you listened to like people with the spirit boxes calling Shanann and the girls back to talk?
Yeah, actually I do. Have you heard of the tarot one? It's tarot cards for the soul.
Maybe. It's not sounding too familiar, but possible.
Oh my gosh, look at that channel up. I think that girl nails it. I think she is right about everything that she put out. She said, though, that the murder happened in the basement, which I believe. She said that Shanann was on the bed, and she said that Nikki was holding her feet and Chris was on top of her.
Yeah.
This is just what she said by reading the cards, but a lot of the things that she says matches up with the evidence that was in the thing.
Yeah, no, definitely have to look at it.
The truck loading one. Yeah, definitely look her up. I mean, she's really good. And she's made quite a lot of videos about Chris.
Yeah, do you think Chris took the bodies at like 5:15 in the morning, or do you think they were placed there at a different time and date?
I believe that SW was taken with CC, because I really honestly believe that CC was gone when Shanann got home. Well, SW, sorry.
Oh, no
and
problem.
Then I believe that those two were taken out the back way, like out the back door, or maybe even pulled from the basement window because it's really low. But I do believe that was Bella that walked up to him and he put her in the truck. But I don't see, like, with how big SW is, putting her in the back seat with the girls. No, I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see how that would have happened. Plus him lifting the body by himself. into the truck, I don't see that either.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's in pretty good shape, but I mean, he's not very
Yes, Lilo, I
tall.
agree.
Yeah, the back bench of that truck was very small. Like, I drive a 2001 Dodge Ram, and the cab is very small on that too. And,
Yeah.
trying to getting one. And one we have noticed, well, I know that dang tree's in the way, but he would have to literally open the other cab door, crawl into the cab, and force her in some more to get her. She was there. So
Also,
that's
I know with when you like die, you relieve yourself and stuff like that, and the smell. Wouldn't you think that there would be some kind of scent for the dog to pick up, and it didn't alert on the truck at all?
yeah, yeah. But again, how well were the dog handlers though? That's kind of it seems like they were too busy, socializing instead of paying attention to what the dog's doing. It just seems like in the
Well,
video.
the thing is it was three different dogs that they brought in, and now, granted, they were three for different reasons, maybe, but all three of them sniffed the house out and the truck and the Lexus. So you would think that they would alert. One of them would have alerted. You know what I mean? That
Well,
smell. It's like he said. The girl, supposedly Bella, was like, "What's that smell?" And he, see, I can't even think about that. That just makes me sick. But yeah, could you imagine riding all that way though with that smell in the vehicle? You'd be sick. You'd be like wanting to throw up too.
uh,
I
oh,
would.
well, thank goodness forward windows can be rolled down, I guess, too. Sorry, I'm trying to be a pain in the butt here with this or
No,
negative
no.
now.
That's how you get to the point, like to the truth of it, because you have to ask the questions. You have to have a conversation. That's why I love Kim and her channel, because she has the uncomfortable conversations and she does welcome different opinions. You know what I mean? She doesn't hold anything against anybody.
No, that's true. Gosh, she was getting beat up. I want to say maybe like 2 months ago or not. Like she went on Mickey's channel, and then there was like Zach Girl, Mickey, Save Robbie. They had their little debate, and then she popped over to CDD's channel later on, and
Oh,
then
I must have
that
missed that.
Larry guy had a chance to talk to her, and it
Hey,
was
Paula.
it seemed like it would have been pretty brutal for that was a brutal night for Kim for sure. I mean, she got ganged up on pretty good.
Well, that's how I started to even like him to start with, because I saw her on Mexi, and it was Rav Girl, Mexi, and I think Save Robbie was supposed to be there, but he couldn't make it or whatever. And Rav Girl and Mexi were going at Kim so hard, and like the more that she wouldn't agree with them, the more they were trying to like beat it into her, and like started getting like using swear words and stuff. And she's like, "Look, if you're gonna start swearing and you're gonna start yelling at me, I'm just gonna go. Like this isn't what I signed up for." You know what I mean? And I agree.
Yeah,
I
no,
totally agree with
that's
that.
no, I agree with you too. They should be respectful in doing that, especially
Well, Mixie
it,
made it right afterwards, but they knew that it was time to end the show because they were all getting frustrated.
yeah, but Kim, she was a trooper though. I mean, she went straight on
Yeah,
over to City's T,
yep.
and
Yes, she has. And she's been completely respectful. That's the thing. Not a bad word to anybody.
yeah. Hey, Paula, how are you doing? But
Hi, Maria.
And
But
Maria.
yeah, like I told Kim, like she's kept. I mean, I don't even know if I could have kept my mouth shut with some of the way people talk to her. I don't think I could have handled that. Like I can take so much, but once I just blow, and she's taken so much, and she's never nothing bad. Like even whenever Heather made this video yesterday, I
Uh-huh.
was on there today talking to her about it, and she was still like, "Oh, let it go. It's okay. Let's not talk about it." Like she doesn't want to fight. Like she doesn't want to talk about it. She doesn't want to talk negative about anybody. Even Jay for Justice and Lana. Did you see the
The trailer for
No,
the
not the
docu.
trailer. It was a post that Lana had made, or Jay for Justice, that was like, yeah, you put in all these hours of um binders and research and stuff like that. It was basically a jab at Kim.
I wonder why there's such a division. It's kind of interesting because Miss Menza's got her point, but yet they support the Watts. Share voices behind the wall. They support the Watts to a certain degree. You got Kim, but yet they're all butted head against each other on supporting the Watts or instead of being united. It's intriguing to me.
Well, it's okay to support the Watts and it's okay to support the Rusaks.
Yeah,
I
no,
I don't know. See, I support both because they both did lose a lot.
yeah,
I'm sorry, I was reading that comment. I got distracted. But my thing is, I don't like the way that Cindy goes and, bashes SW. I mean, I understand her hurt and her pain and her frustration and anger, but it doesn't make her look good.
yeah. Well, again, I'm just
Neither
going
does
on.
Sandy Rusak. From what I have seen in everybody else's channel, and you guys in the comments can even say if I'm wrong, even the people like AD, Save Robbie said it, they've all like attacked them. The Ruseks have, and they're the ones sticking up for Shanann.
Yeah,
Did you catch that? Like,
parts
why?
of it. Yeah, I I
Why, if
think
they're sticking up for their daughter, why are they coming at people like them?
yeah. Do you think it's more Frankie Jr. doing it or Sandy telling
No, it's been
Frankie to get
Sandy.
on? I don't know. I know Shanann and Sandy, they didn't see eye to eye, and they didn't get along too either. I mean, if you got two alpha females, then that's not going to happen. Or mother and daughter. I'm that way with my mom too. She's very A type personality, and I'm a lot more in certain ways like Chris, very mellow, but I don't know, the whole parent sibling thing can be very difficult too.
Oh, to see with my mother, I am yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Any other way I talk to her, she'll be backhand me in a heartbeat. Like, I don't ever stand up to my mom. I don't ever talk back to her. I think I ran her one time and she hit me. She smacked me with her hand right across my face. And I never, ever did anything else ever again.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, and that sounds like she got her point across to you pretty well then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I was raised like that. It was always manners. And if I didn't say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, I got it. And like, we had respect and we did not talk back and we did not disrespect our elders either.
Yeah. Um, so I'm guessing you were raised definitely in somewhere in the South,
No, actually, I'm from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Oh, I
Uh-huh.
was, yeah, I was thinking like West Virginia or Texas or something.
Well, I'm a little close to West Virginia, but no. No, it's just the
Yeah.
way my family was raised, and that's the way I raised my sons too.
No,
My
that's
son,
good.
whenever he talks to me, he's like, "Yes, ma'am," or "No, ma'am." Okay, yeah. And
No,
everyone's
that's
like,
the
"He doesn't
way it
call you
should
mom."
be.
I was like, "He does," but if I ask him something, he respects me and says, "Yes, ma'am." That's the way it should be.
Oh no, most definitely. If I had kids, that I would want that too from them, that type of respect or not. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just mainly what happened to those two little baby girls is horrible. I mean, to any kids that are involved in crime and what happens to them. Lately, I've kind of been more intrigued with the Doomsday couple, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Oh, I follow
The
that too.
Yeah, well, more the reason why is because I'm Mormon, like they are or they used to be, and so the culture of that religion and what they're portraying is not that culture of that faith, and so it's kind of giving a bad rep, like if you were Catholic or some other cult or not. It's just like what the heck's going on with these people? Even with like Chris Watts, being
When I
really
hear
religious.
Mormon, I don't know much about it, to be
Uh-huh.
honest, because I'm non-denominational. I don't have a specific religion that I follow,
Yeah.
but um, I am Christian. But
Go
when
ahead.
I hear of Mormon, I don't know if this is true. Is that where you like take on several wives and stuff, or?
Um, yeah, during the 1800s, there was a form of that. The reason why was there were more women during that time than men because men were off to fight in the Mexican War, and just it was a harder life for men. They were dying off quicker than the women. And so what they did was to make sure the women's needs were met, they would marry into these big families to make sure the kids and everyone were taken care of by the men or not. And so that's kind of why
Oh,
that went. But um, during the 1800s, when it was outlawed against, then they stopped. But let's see. Hey, Bartwan, how are you? We're
Paula,
talking
I
a little
agree
bit.
with you about the R's attacking a lot of channels. That's what I was saying. It's crazy when they stick up for Shanann. Sorry, I was
Oh no,
ranting on
you're fine. But both sides they deserve the truth on what happened tonight, exactly with the Watts, whether Chris was involved or non-involved, and what theory. This 35C, it
it.
should come forward for a new trial. I mean, if Scott Peterson had a chance and is finally getting a trial, I think Chris does too. But he's gonna have to have a pretty good argument on
Hi, Bartwan.
why he thinks he deserves to be heard or not. And it's very interesting with Jays for Justice and Lana on what they can find in the Discovery Dig Out. What exactly is the county holding back? Why are they not giving the full
That's the
discovery?
question. Yeah. Yeah, there's too many holes and there's just too much we don't know. And I think that's why this case is so fascinating and so addicting, is because we want to know. Two children are dead, two babies and a mom that was pregnant are dead. Like,
Yeah.
there has to be some kind of answers for everything.
Well, there is answers. It's just, what evidence that's left over is going to give us the answers. Like, you can't tell me there wasn't any other security cameras that could see what was going on, only nades. I don't believe that one bit. I mean, the way
No,
with
no, not at
technology
all.
is and
Yep.
intersections,
Intersection
there.
cameras. Yep. Absolutely. And then he had that tracker on his truck, which it tells you if there's anybody inside of it, how fast they go, how slow they go, the geo trackers or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
they know.
If anyone would like to come up and talk with us, you're more than welcome to. More the merrier. About this case or any other case,
Yeah,
it's just
please.
keep things entertaining. So, Barwin, I know I've listened to you a couple of times. If you like to come up and give your opinion, or anybody else, please do so.
I think right now who should be held responsible for anything is DA Rorick. I think he should be the one charged with anything. Like, he prosecuted a case and a person on little to no evidence.
Yeah, I know one things too where with cases they can get very expensive, and it does make sense that they don't want to spend more money than they had to if they
I
could get
seriously
the
believe
plea
though that
deal.
he did it for his title, for the DA title, because he was
Oh,
assistant and then he got DA.
oh yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah,
I agree with you there. It's all about, the convictions and how many convictions you get. I mean,
yeah,
just having a national case like this and able to do the conviction and put him in the spotlight there,
yes, it did. I
no
think it
doubt
was for
about
his
it.
end game too. Yeah,
But it kind of makes you wonder too, with Larry, he's on like
yeah, I've
CDTs
heard of
and
him.
other, but with his theories, I mean, to a certain degree, it makes sense. what's hurting wrap this up because corruption, corporation, whatever. I mean, it would make a lot of sense too, to a certain degree, with oil and the Republican, and keeping business the way it should be, not losing that money.
Yep. And the oil, it pays out the money. Yep.
Yeah, it's just whoever has the money is usually going to win or not. As you look historically, even on O.J. Simpson, he had like a dream team of lawyers, and he was able to get off.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it seems like even civil court when he was convicted, there's a lot of DNA and stuff that convicted him. And then he killed his ex-wife there. I mean, that's another horrible murder that should never happen either. I mean,
and then he writes a book about it.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. And they can't do nothing now. I mean, he's already been. Yeah.
No,
That's
with
crazy.
definitely double jeopardy. I mean, once you've been tried for that and stuff.
Yep, you can't do it.
Yeah, but it's
Thor's
funny
needs to
that.
come up.
Yeah, here I'll drop the link again. You can come up. I hope it's going blue. I don't know if it did work okay, or did you have to copy and paste anything, Tipsy?
No, it worked great.
All right.
It was just me getting my kids ready.
No, I understand that, but I don't know. Just I think just how emotionally charged, and especially what happened to those girls and ending up in oil, is why it's it draws so many people, and just the gruesome of it.
Lilu says about the 35C. I'm not quite sure with how Colorado is, but I think that he had ineffective counsel. And I think that there was a lot of things about the case. I think there's going to be some new evidence that come to light.
Well, I hope so. I mean, he's going to have a really good argument for it to be heard and to be motioned his way. I mean, he's really going to have some information that was held back come to light. Because with the motions and appeals, they're very hard to get granted.
Yeah, especially after he signed that paper saying he wouldn't appeal anything.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to go use the bathroom. If you keep everyone entertained just for a sec, Hippie, I'll be right back. Thank you.
No problem. I agree, Mary. That's true too. Do you guys think it's weird though that the plea agreement that was made was from his attorneys? Like usually that should be from the DA, you would think. What's your opinion about that? I agree with that too, Lainey. There isn't a full You also have to think they have more information than we do. So we don't know exactly what they do know and what they don't know, since things are redacted. And that's what makes this case so hard, because they only let us know what they want us to know. Yeah. So even if we do try to figure out what they aren't telling us, it's like, well, what do they know? Because if we knew what they did, then we could go by what we know and we would know. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's so crazy about this case.
All right, sorry, I'm back. What did I miss?
Okay, you're good. We were saying about the discovery, and Lainey had said, how can you argue if we don't have a full discovery? And I was like, exactly. Like, but we don't also know what they know. They know a lot more than we do. We know what they want us to know.
Yeah.
So what do they know? And if we knew what they knew, then we could go by our own judgment. You know what I mean? That's what's hard.
Yeah, the freedom of information. I mean, I wonder what exactly in the plea deal with Chris and what they I can't even think of having sealed.
Well, I did
But
ask the comments what they thought about Chris's attorneys coming up with the plea deal. Like that should be the DA's job, and it was his attorneys that came up with it.
yeah, I
Did you
don't
find that
really.
odd?
Yeah, well, I find it really odd, and like it's Colorado, they haven't had the death penalty there in years. Now, if there was a neighboring state like Utah or Arizona or Texas, yeah, I'd be concerned. But where
Mary has a really good point. She said they have more info, maybe why they went out to Dodge. I agree, Mary. There is a reason they went out there to get that second confession.
yeah,
I
hey,
would
would you like
love
to,
to know.
Mary? Would you like to come on and give your point of view? We'd love to
Yeah.
hear from you. You're very insightful. Or how
Where's
about you,
Mark gone?
Paula?
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Yeah, the more the merrier. You guys are all making great points in chat.
Yeah, this is why it's important to, again, like you said, have these conversations and figure out exactly what happened that night.
It's so hard to say. Like, I just wish we had all of all of what they know. Which Chris, that's the thing about it too. That's what turns me too is Chris says he wants everything out there. Everything. So if he wants everything out there, he's not trying to hide anything. Is he really lying? Like,
Well, that's the confusing thing.
you know, it's hard to say. If I
Yeah,
was in his shoes and I did it and like they say I did, I wouldn't want that out there. I wouldn't want the like all of that out, you know?
yeah. Well, besides keep everything hush hush, why didn't he go to trial just to fight in the first place?
Yeah. Yeah. Then
Most
again, that goes
people.
back to Rorik. I think he just wanted to get it and the oil like Anadarko is a big company oil wise. Like they, fund a lot of different campaigns and they just had those two explosions previously. They really couldn't
Uh-huh.
afford to take any more hits, like company wise. So I think that's another reason why they wanted to hush it and shut it down is because of that, the oil
Yeah.
company.
Well, again, I'm just going back before the bodies were found on Survey 319. Like, how did the bodies, or were they alive or dead, and getting out of that house? Because it's pretty hard to tell, and I don't think it happened with Chris, you know, putting him in the cab.
Well, let
Unless
me
that's
ask you
not the full
this.
footage. All right.
Let me ask you this, okay? When DA Rourke stood up there and gave his statement to the judge, he said that he carried his family out like trash, okay?
Uh-huh.
Which is pretty big statement. And then uh, Frank Rusek, her father, went up there and he said, I saw you. I watched you in the video carry them out like they were trash. Okay, so if he saw them in a video, carry them out like trash, and Rourke saw the video, something's missing there.
No,
Do you know what I'm saying?
that's definitely true. Hey, Bartwan, welcome to the
hi.
live.
Hey,
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Tipsy, awesome. Thanks for inviting me on. I just joined in and I was watching you live. I thought I'd come in.
No, I appreciate it.
Awesome.
It's just a little channel, but like everyone else, trying to figure out what happened that night.
Likewise.
What's your point of view on what happened that night, Bartwan?
Well, I think that the 111-minute phone call, there was two calls that amounted to 111. I think Nikki was really laying down the law with Chris, and I have a feeling that the duration of the call was that sort of long that Chris was maybe getting, maybe coming across a bit lily-livered, and I don't think she was entirely convinced that he might go through and, make the final, I suppose, statement that they were going to get separated. Nikki knew that Shanann was formidable. She was strong-willed, and she thought that she could easily pull Chris back in the line. And this was a make or break night for her because Shanann was coming back. So Nikki, I think, has a jealous personality, controlling, jealousy. I think she come in unexpectedly to just through the basement window. And I think what happened was that when Shanann come home, at some point there was a confrontation down in the basement between the two.
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that what happened was that Shanann attacked Nikki after a lot of verbal, pulled out some hair from the side of her head.
Yep.
I think that's when Chris struck because basically, you know, that was the last straw for Chris, anyone attacking his new love interest.
And he said that they weren't going to stop him from being happy.
Yeah, that's right. So that was sort of the catalyst. Now, did he kill the girls? I don't believe he did.
I don't either.
Right? Yep. I think that he did look at the baby camera on the monitor, but what he was seeing wasn't Shanann. It was someone else that we are familiar with. Rightio. So I think what happens with Chris is you get a lot of lies interspersed with truths, because when you have some sort of structure of truth but interplay the different characters, at least you can be on message, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tipsy.
Well, I agree because he's definitely covering for NK.
Yeah.
Like nobody's business. Like anything, he's sticking up for her. So could she have been the one that he saw on the camera?
Yeah, I believe so. So.
Yeah, it sounds plausible.
Yeah, I believe so, and I believe that's why it was introduced.
And just to support what you just said about Nikki and Shanann, I absolutely agree because she went into her to talk to who was that? I can't remember which coder I think it was. She had her long sleeves on and she had the hair missing out of the top of her head.
Yeah, that was Kobach. Yep. Yeah, that was the
actually, that's it.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Kobach actually went to her house and with Martinez, another agent who didn't really speak, but they actually went 20 minutes out of their way to pick her up from a unit and brought her in. So she, like, you know how we sort of felt like she was flirting and carrying on a bit? She'd already had 20 minutes of them in the car together already, having a bit of a chin wag. You know what I mean? So she was doing a lot of... Yeah, she was doing a lot of that. The other thing that Chris said to Ronnie, right, even though it's really hard to hear, but Chris said she wasn't supposed to be there in that famous confession when Ronnie comes in the room.
But everybody also thinks that's NA that he's talking about. I don't. I believe it was NK
I don't believe I don't believe it was NA because NA, when she drove off, she looked like she was a woman with purpose, if that makes sense. You know, it wasn't as though
she kind of drove off pretty fast.
Yeah, she didn't like sort of like. I mean, I honestly think she's got a family herself. She's got, you know, I think a young daughter and a mid-grade son at that point, older teenager. Do you think after a delayed flight, dropping Shanann off, having to go home, that she just goes down 100 metres and decides to climb into the, you know, let's be honest. I mean, that's just, you know, no one would do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't believe she was there that night.
No, not at all. I mean, I think where people are getting confused is they're confusing the fact that Shanann dropped her off. So she felt like, and she knew about the relationship problems. She knew about the fact they Googled the lazy dog menu. She knew Shanann had a lot of marital problems and was sharing them with her all weekend.
Can I point something out before you finish that?
Yep.
You said she knew. That means NA knew and SW. So they both knew that Chris was done. That's why he had no problem going in public, like you said, Cooter, to a restaurant near his house, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I just wanted to point out. Like she knew this was coming.
She knew. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and like often, like when you're a friend and you're not emotionally involved, you go, he's cheating. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been the case with Addie as well. But look, she didn't think that Chris was going to do what he did, right? But she still had in the back of her mind a duty of care, if that makes sense. So she went home probably thinking, oh, I hope that went okay, right? Rang up early, didn't get any response, rang the general police line. Obviously, that's not going to get you anywhere. Went on her way, did a few chores, looked at that unit, come back, and then went to the house and then realised, hang on, the car's there, she's not there. There's just nothing going on. I can't raise her. So that to me seems like just someone who's a really good friend, but also aware of her movements and the risk of what was going on at the time. There's a duty of care. Otherwise, she could have been seen as a suspect if she just shut up and didn't do anything.
Yeah. What do you think throwing your life away for another woman's, your kids or anything, do you think it's worth it to do that or not?
No. Look, I think that just all went pear-shaped, and I think there's another sort of plot, because if Chris organised this, like if Chris orchestrated this, he couldn't pick a dumber plan, right? So if that was the plan to do what he did, it was the dumbest plan ever. So I'm going on the basis that he had a plan, but the plan was waylaid due to her delayed flight and the fact that he didn't have access to her phone PIN.
It's also highlighted in the page. Yeah. Not very powerful.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear
Okay.
you.
Oh, we lost Bartwan.
Maybe he'll come back. I think he's probably here still. But
no, I agree, Tracy and Lainey. Eddie did lie. I am curious to find out what he thinks about that, because she definitely lied a lot. What do you think about it, Cooter?
Personally, I think, I guess, Chris did it all. Just like he finally got pushed, he flipped, and
Do you think he killed the kids?
I where he knew where the bodies were in that, I believe so to a certain degree, yeah. But whether I'm not against if Kay was there or not, it's just I just feel like he was a batter meld and he just got pushed too far and he snapped.
I could see that with Shanann, but the kids, I just don't think he. I mean, he had so much of a relationship with those kids watching the videos and stuff. I just don't know anybody who could do that. Like, be so inhumane to hurt their own children like that. Like, and he was so like pleasing. You know what I mean? And very timid. That's why everybody was so shocked, because like nobody expected this from him.
Yeah,
That's why I don't think he did it. I don't know. Something just tells me he didn't.
But why? A father's supposed to protect their kids as a mother's supposed to protect his kids. Then why did he not step up and protect those babies if he saw NK doing this?
That's what I'd like to know. That's one of the things I can't answer. I can't say an opinion on it because I don't know. There has to be more to it for him to be able to do something like that or let something like that happen. I do believe that.
Yeah, I'm not opposed that NK wasn't there that night, but if those are your kids and you love them to death, why did you not protect those babies?
Yeah, I agree. I could never. No one could ever. No one in this world could ever make me hurt my child. Like,
yeah,
there's no goods out there worth that at all, ever. So I agree. Yeah, I don't know. I could not understand that at all.
Sorry,
there he is.
Yeah, sorry, my mobile went flat. I was on. Can you hear me okay? Because I'm on mobile.
Yep, we can hear you, Bart One.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just. Do you want me to pick up where I was at with regards to the theory about what happened? Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
I think the actual plan was for Chris to have the phone at Servi, Shanann's phone, and create this text exchange where maybe he said his boots were broken or they had oil spilt on them, and requesting Shanann to come and drive out with his new Red Wing boots, which were in, as I understand, the Lexus, along with the ring. Then the accomplice NK would drive out of the, out of the driveway with the ring on, and you wouldn't be able to tell in early daylight, who was in the car at that point. You would assume that the kids were there. The police would assume that. They might just see hands on the steering wheel. The car would go out to Servi 319. Then what would happen is that they would place the bodies, Shanann, back into the Lexus, and the girls. I don't think the plan was to put the girls in the tank. I think that was because they were rushed. He was rushed. I think he was going to bury them as well in a shallow grave. The kids were going to be put back into the car seats, the ring put back on Shanann's finger, and then Chris would say that Shanann said, "Stuff you, Chris, we're separating. You're not going to have us or the kids." And then went to grab the oil can, the jerry can from the thing, poured it over the car, and then Chris will say she lit it. It immolated the car. Chris would then take off his fire-resistant shirt, try and act like a hero in terms of maybe opening a back door, but say the heat beat him off and had first, second-degree burns. He would look like a hero martyr. I don't think that it involved the oil tanks. The only reason why we're thinking that is the girls were in there, but they weren't supposed to be. And then, the police would still investigate. They'd know about the affair, but all his co-workers would be going, "Chris, you're a hero." The media would be, "Wow, husband desperately tries to save family whom, the wife has gone, temporarily insane." How's that sounding? I know it sounds pretty far-fetched, but at least you get $450K insurance out of it.
That's another, yeah. That's another thing is the insurance.
Yeah, I don't think they were going for, they could have maybe gone Anadarko with regards to lack of cameras and, that, but I really don't think that was the plan. I really feel like the plan was to just get that car to the site and then create this sort of perception or whatever of an argument, and then Shanann take. Now, remember, leading up to all this, there was Nutgate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Nutgate really designed to make Shanann look unstable?
I thought, call me crazy, but I thought the same thing before. I used to think that the Watts were even in on it.
Yep.
Because of the letter that they had him write if anything happened to me. Exactly. I honestly thought that the Watts were involved, and I believe that Jamie was there that night. I believe
Yep.
she was driving the red car.
Yep.
I
And-
believe that
Yeah.
NK is in contact with them, the family.
Yes.
So I can understand where you're coming from and what you're saying. Now, let me ask you this. Why do you
Yeah.
think NA lied so much?
What?
And about the phone, the purse, and so forth. What did she have to lie about?
What do you mean? Like the purse and the phone, they were in the house, weren't they?
Yes, but whenever the son came up to Chris and them talking to the cop upstairs, he went within 2 minutes straight for the couch and acted like he found the phone. He had that phone the whole time. There's no way. And when they were asked like why he looked there for it, he's like, "Well, I thought if I had something to hide, where would I hide it?" Why do they think Chris had something to hide? At that point, she was just missing. Like she wasn't, dead or anything like that. So why would Chris have something to hide?
The purse? What about the purse? Though, wasn't that on the
The purse was found while Chris and the cop were over watching Nate's cameras.
Oh, okay.
The purse was found then, and that's when NA was the one who found it. But everybody knows that she keeps her office locked. So she would have had Shanann's key to unlock the office to get the purse out.
Well, look, I think that she, at that point, and her body language was strongly wanting to put Chris in the frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt. When you watch her body language from the absolute get-go, from when she's waiting, she knows in her mind Chris has done something horrible to the girl. She just knows it, right? So whatever she can do.
Shanann had to have said something to make her think that way.
Well, Shanann was saying that he's having an affair. I think Nicole probably may have even known the true extent of the affair, if that makes sense.
Just like Shanann did, yeah.
Yeah, so she was still in Colorado. I always wondered why Shanann never sort of said to Nicole, "Hey, Nicole, just drop in occasionally and just, maybe act as though you're going to bring some meals over to Chris."
Not just that, but like, if you thought, and just hear me out, if she really thought that Chris was capable of hurting Shanann and the girls or anything like that, why did she even drop them off to start with? Like, why would she even drop her off? Why wouldn't she just have her go get the kids and stay at her house?
I think it was too high a risk of strategy because she was involved in Thrive as well. So they're sort of mixing business and pleasure. And if she come in and everything was fine, then it sort of looks awful, awkward, if that makes sense. You're sort of putting all your chips in on the poker table. And does that make sense? Like you're sort of like going all in, and then that could compromise everything.
I can see what you're saying, but then again, I mean, why did her son have Shanann's number saved under his mom's work in his phone? Why would she have him babysit? That's weird.
I don't know.
I think that's weird, but
I think what happened with Shanann is that she really blended personal and business very tightly, right? Whereas, I'm a boss, I've got staff, I know them, but I don't blend the two. I've worked with someone for like 5 years and, there's all this appearance of being close, but in reality, we don't even speak now.
That's another thing, though. You've worked 5 years with that person. NA and Shanann, they weren't really that close. They just got close over Thrive recently.
Yeah,
she didn't even know her age.
Yeah. Look, I mean, we could be heading into a different angle. I don't know if I want to say it.
No, do it. We want to hear all opinions.
Well, I mean, I do think that Nicole may have had an attraction for Shanann.
Oh, like that.
Oh, that's a good plot twist.
That is a good one, yeah.
Yeah, it's just my intuition. I don't know.
Cooter, do you think that?
Hey, it's possible. I mean, today's society. Yeah, why not? Oh, you
Yeah,
are clarifying.
really
I'm
do
liking
believe.
this.
Yeah, I mean, she knew of marriage problems. I mean, it sort of just got that. It just had that feel to it. I mean, I've even walked in once to when I was a younger fella, and I had a girlfriend, and I walked in, and the mum was with another lady, and I immediately just knew, that they were in a lesbian affair. Yeah, just
That's a plot twist.
yeah. So I'm just saying, does that sort of put it in a little bit more context as to why there was maybe there's this really weird meshing dynamic going on about why she was so possessive about Shanann?
A little bit, but she also did things that was just as wrong. Like, did you watch her interview where she was like canceling to her son when the cops told her that she wasn't allowed to during his interview?
I think. Look, I missed that. I haven't spent a lot of time focusing on like NA and the
Okay.
Sun. So that's not
If you
sort
get a
of
chance, watch his interview.
the Sun.
Yeah, the son's interview. She asked to be in there because he's under the age, and
Yeah.
that's his mom. And they said that she could be in there as long as she didn't, answer any questions for him, lead him to, and she said she wouldn't. And she sat there, and every time he'd look at her, she would do this movement with her hands, signaling to him.
Look, he was probably a horny teenager who happened to have the hots for Shanann. I mean, she wasn't a bad-looking lady, let's be honest.
No, she wasn't.
No comment at this time.
It's sort of, how do I put this? I mean, they're spending a bit of time, albeit only recently. But, like, you're right, he's a 17, 18, anyone's attractive at that point. And Shanann was could look pretty damn decent when she, doled up. So that doesn't sort of shock me that it's like kids like at school, you have a bit of a fascination with your teacher. I mean, she mightn't be the most, fabulous looking lady, but you still sort of think that she's all right.
Since we're on the topic of that a little bit, what's up with some of these younger women, messing around with young kids? Don't they think they can get them? And they're reasonably attractive too. It's just, are they just crazy upstairs and lonely?
I think it's just the stress, to be honest. There's a lot of stress in society. Teaching's a very stressful job. A lot of, I think, what happens is that it does lead to sort of marriage problems. Relationship issues, meeting other, people, and they spend a lot of time, and it's a lot more internet based as well. So what you have is kids interacting, like younger adults interacting with teachers online, Facebook.
Yeah.
So the lines start to get a little bit blurred, and they don't probably set out to do all that stuff, but over time, the dynamic can happen because sometimes they can be pretty manipulative. I mean, at both male, female, whatever. I mean, this is their life. They're growing up with this sort of technology. They know how to use it. I mean, I grew up, it wasn't in existence, thank goodness, but if it was, I could have, it could have been messy. Yeah, so I think that's what explains a lot of that sort of side of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about, were there any drugs involved? I mean, we have Chris, using a bunch of Thrive patches. Do you think he was really sleep deprived and not thinking clearly that night?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. I believe that he was...
There's proof of that.
Yeah. I believe that, do you know, if you're sleep deprived and you're driving, it's like the equivalent of being drunk driving.
Yeah,
it is. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
So, I've experienced that, where literally I've come home and I can hardly, keep my eyes awake because I haven't had sleep for 3 or 4 nights. And that's happened to me within the last 3 months. And effectively, once I was driving home and I literally felt like I was drunk. And it was not good. So Chris was doing this on a repeated basis. I mean, he's staying up. He's got stimulants in the Thrive patches. that basically have caffeine and other Garcinia cabote, or which is a stimulant. He's got.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
If you look at the picture that he took of NK in her bathing suit,
yes.
If you look behind NK at the counter of the sink, there's dusting of a line. It's
yes.
like a line of dusting. You can tell that they were crushing something up and doing it.
It was
There's absolutely drugs involved.
They could have been crushing up oxy.
Yep.
They could have been
meth.
I do believe some of the dark stuff Chris was referring to was probably that illicit substances.
I think it was the oxy, and I think that's how he got the oxy to give to Shanann too.
Yep.
And that's why he'd take it to the grave.
Remember Nicole saying he had the nods?
Yes.
Like he would sort of nod off. That is actually a symptom of opiate sort of abuse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you've heard of it with heroin. Well, heroin is a derivative. They're all based off opiate, and oxy's an opiate. All it does is it's just different forms of the same sort of chemical compound. So things like OxyContin, I think oxycodone is the one I think they're crushing. OxyContin is a slow release. OxyContin, though, the manufacturers have put in OxyContin this sort of gel substance that means you can't crush it up to stop people doing exactly what that powder was. However, they were using oxycodone, which is basically can be crushed and can be put in a drink. And I think definitely they were doing that. And I think, to be honest, I've seen photos of Jim, and, I'm no expert on picking, people who have substances, but I think Jim experimented a fair bit.
I can say to Mary and Lainey, I'm not saying that it's definite for sure that they were, but if you add everything up together from the case, the fact that Shanann was giving it to like her for her to have a miscarriage in North Carolina, and Oxy was brought up. Also, we know that NK was contacting a rehab place.
Exactly.
Not Chris Watts, NK. So that just tells me that it all, like, that's my opinion, though. Yeah. Just saying. That's why I think it.
Yeah, when you're contacting a rehab place, you're talking about all sorts of types of rehab, and you potentially know people from rehab who have had drug, alcohol, all sorts of different, sex, whatever. You get the whole mix, if you know what I mean. So it's not unusual that you would be making connections with people who would have access or have had abuse problems in that regard.
I'm sorry, Maria. She's cracking me up with the good old cocaine.
Yeah. But look, well, when you think about it, didn't Chris say that NK had bipolar?
Yes, he did.
That's true.
Yep. Bipolar and oxy, if you're self-medicating, is probably not the worst medication to be taking.
Yeah, no, because I can see where you're coming with that. It's leveling you off a little bit.
Yeah, it just levels you off on your manic behavior, and it would have some slight antidepressant elements to it, being an opiate. So it would just sort of mellow you out a little bit. It's, like if we look at Elisa Lam, right, she was taking antidepressants, not great for bipolar. A mood stabilizer, okay, that was not too bad, but that was low in her system. And she was taking Seroquel, which is a sleeping tablet, but that's pretty nasty, that one.
Lisa, Chris did say he gave her the oxy. Twice he said he gave it to her. And as far as the rehab place, she contacted to look into staying there. So why would she need to stay there if she wasn't on anything? Is just what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
That's where I'm getting that from.
Absolutely. Like you go to a rehab place because you can't get oxy codeine on prescription and very easily unless you've got chronic pain.
Right.
And
right.
the pharmacists in Australia, and I would assume in the US, they know exactly every medication that's being dispensed, right? So this would be off market. This would have to be off market because it's not a medication that you would be prescribed for having bipolar. Rightio? So it's somehow...
And Tracy, I agree.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
She's accessed it. Now, the theory is like Chris didn't want to kill, obviously, Shanann with the oxy because I was thinking about, well, what if Shanann did have a miscarriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
She would have gone to the ER, wouldn't she?
What do you mean by that?
She would have gone to the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think they would have done? They would have taken a blood test, wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm. Well,
what if...
not if she didn't know. Do you know what I mean? If she didn't know the cause of it, they might have taken it to figure out the cause of it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, you know why?
Yeah.
Because she was saying she was itchy, right? Now, I'm not even a doctor. And if someone said to me, I'm nauseous and I'm itchy and I'm throwing up, that itchy would mean to me potentially opiates. And I'm not even like a practicing doctor.
Right.
Right.
And SW did, you're right, Lisa. SW did have a bin full of drugs, and she did have a disease that would warrant her to take those and to, get oxy prescribed to her. So I do agree with that. But
and so I think that like it was a bit of a high risk strategy. Chris might have been trying to paint her as, if it did go to that, by saying, well, she's had it before and therefore tried to pin it on her. But deep down, she would have known that wasn't the case, would have confided in her parents. And therefore...
Let me say one more thing about the oxy. Yeah. The only reason I'm saying that, Lisa, is because I don't believe Shanann would have taken oxy knowingly because she's pregnant.
Exactly.
I mean, do I agree with her motherings? I mean, no, I don't agree with some of the things she did as a mom with the kids and the medicine at nighttime every night and the bedtime at 6:30. Like, I don't agree with that stuff. And she wasn't a perfect person. I'm not even going to sit and say she was. But I don't think she would knowingly take drugs to hurt her child. That's illegal, number one. And number two, I just don't think she would do that.
That's what I was saying. I was saying that she wasn't taking oxy at all, only when she probably had that operation, when she had the car accident or whatever. But if the doctor told you when you knew, like if the doctor said to you, you've got oxy in your system at very elevated levels or, opiate, and you knew that you hadn't had them for a year, and you're at home with your mum and dad, and Chris has come home that night and given you some, banana juice or whatever with kiwi fruit in it and whatever, and it tasted a bit powdery or whatever, aren't you going to go to your parents? They're accusing me of being a drug addict, mum and dad, because they found high oxy in my system, but I'm not taking it. Do you see?
Yeah. Cooter, can you hold on? I'm going to mute real quick. Yep. 1 second.
Yep.
No problem. So since we're kind of on this topic, do you think Shanann by chance in North Carolina was taking some type of form of opiate where the text says she's constipated? No?
No. Did she say did someone say she was constipated in North Carolina?
I thought there was a text in the discovery saying she hasn't been able to use the bathroom for a week.
Was that after or before the Chris Oxy situation? Do we know? Or
I think it's before he went there, actually. I
well,
could be
look,
wrong.
yeah, look, it really depends on the timing. Oxy would cause constipation. That would be a pretty well-known side effect of any opiate. Look, who knows? I really doubt, though, that she'd be taking it. There'd be no reason for her to be taking it other than addiction, and I don't think she was addicted to it. I could be wrong. It wasn't found, I don't believe, in a toxicology report. But then it could have come, it has a half-life anyway. But if she was genuinely addicted, you would think that she would still have some in her system after Arizona.
Right, I agree with that.
She'd still be taking it if she was addicted. You cannot, if you're addicted to a substance like that, that's fast-acting, you could not go 2 days without getting withdrawal symptoms.
Oh, they're horrible. That I do know.
Yeah, so it sort of rules against that. I think Chris might just try and intimate that maybe she was doing it. He said, she said. It just seemed to be a very high-risk strategy is all I'm saying for Chris.
Lisa, can I ask Lisa? She says that she doesn't believe SW was pregnant when she died. How would you explain the coffin birth, the baby being there whenever they unburied her and found her? And somebody had mentioned about a bin full of drugs. Honestly, I can say I have a brain disease. I had to have brain surgery. And I take about 12 different medications a day.
Yeah.
And some medications I've tried and didn't like, so I quit taking them. And I don't like to throw my stuff away. I like to dispose of it the right way, and sometimes I forget. So I do build up, some medications. So I could see a bin full of medications that way, because I've done it. You know what I mean? But I was just kind of curious in the chat what they were thinking that way.
Well, I'm not seeing the chat, so I'm just going to say this way. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm glad you're raising the chat because it's very simple. Like my mum had cancer, so she had, endo, and she had everything under the sun, but she wasn't taking everything. Shanann had lupus. There's vitamins as well, don't forget, that you could be taking. You could take a cocktail of, vitamin B12, C, a whole range of things that would look like a bucket full of drugs, but in effect, a lot of them would be just, melatonin to help you sleep. Does that make, it doesn't necessarily mean they're all hardcore substances. Did Shanann ever have Oxy? I'm sure she did.
Yes, she did. She had neck surgery.
Yeah, neck surgery, because that would have been excessively painful. And after any serious operation around that region, you would be getting some hardcore pain relief, and that would warrant that. Nowadays, they're really reticent to give you that sort of stuff, but, it's not off the table. It'd be quite normal after an operation, especially in the early days.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, I know we've drifted around a bit, but we were sort of talking about Nutgate and how I do believe that the parents did know about the affair. I do believe Nutgate was pre-orchestrated in a way, not so much the ice cream, but the nuts. Was pre-orchestrated to make Shanann look unstable. They knew that was a trigger point for her, right? And then Cindy begged Chris to write that letter. So why did Cindy beg Chris? She was almost crying, apparently, to make him write that letter.
Yeah.
That if something happens to me. She obviously knew that he was going to be separating for another woman. If Chris said, look, I'm just going to leave, I mean, what, was Shanann going to run down and, chase him down the road? That obviously wasn't going to happen.
No, and also, who leaves their husband for 5 weeks? I mean,
that's another thing, that's got me bemused. I either think that Shanann was very, how do I put it? She was that controlling. She thought that Chris didn't have game and couldn't pull anything off.
Yeah.
In the sense of, and I really believe that she got very complacent.
I agree.
She got, yep. And the excuse given was so lame. Something about traveling on planes, you know. And I'm like, hang on, well, you've got to travel there and you've got to travel back. It doesn't really make any difference how close the time period that is. So, you know, from Chris's perspective, I could see him thinking that he's just been abandoned. Pretty much.
Yeah, true.
You know, and like that would be the subconscious signal is, oh, well, they've run off, you know. What am I going to do for like 6 weeks? Oh, well, you know, I'll you know, this girl, I'm having a bit of, you know, there's a bit of eye contact been going for 3 weeks or whatever beforehand. She seemed pretty keen, you know, let's start kicking things off on that front.
Do you guys feel like Shanann like truly loved him, or do you think he was abused by her behind the scenes off video?
That's a really good question. I love your questions, Cooter. They're very good.
Abused.
Yeah, I think that Shanann didn't really love him. I think he fitted into her lifestyle, if that makes sense.
Yeah, she was comfortable with him.
Yeah, comfortable.
She didn't want to disrupt that comfortability.
Yes. She had the family, like she had the support. She had the external appearances of having that perfect relationship. However, behind the scenes, if you looked at her vision board in 2017, there was hardly a reference to Chris at all on that, other than he will retire in 5 years, which was fanciful anyway, given that was done in January 2017, the vision board. But there wasn't like, we're going to, you know, go camp, we're going to go on this, you know, around America trip with Chris and the kids. It was all about Shanann and Disney World and bloody trips to Europe and all that. There was nothing really about the relationship. So I actually think that it was a relationship of convenience.
Yes.
For Thrive.
Yes, because why else would she talk to that attorney about a divorce pre all this happening?
Yeah, look, I think Coda actually really got under Chris's skin because he was absolutely spot on when he said, I think Shanann was planning to leave you before you were.
Yeah, I agree.
And Chris got really butthurt over that. Because
I agree with that.
He knew. And I thought that was really telling. And I actually would like Coda for saying that because he was spot on. And I think, you know, yes. But you know what Shanann did do?
I agree.
She strung Chris along, throwing in the occasional bone. But I think it got to that situation where she was using sex more as a
weapon.
Yeah, like as a weapon, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, like you give a dog a treat. I think she was using that with Chris, but Chris is pretty intelligent inwardly and realized that that's what she was doing and really started to build up a rage around that.
Right. And also, I do believe that Chris took so much. And I can see that he would like snap. I can see that because he's taken so much.
He was building. I mean, you think about San Diego and how she was digging into him about, I don't know if they're playing chess, but then she would like come back with, "Oh, Chris is the greatest guy," and you just knew it was like it's like as we call it, it's like BS. You can't say on the one hand, you know, he's a dummy, and then on the other hand, say he's the greatest dad, you know, greatest father, you know, greatest husband you've ever met.
Yeah, the Christmas video, that's very disturbing to me, on forcing those poor little girls to be terrified of Santa Claus.
Yeah. And
Uh,
they were creeped out, weren't they?
yeah, I mean, you shouldn't do that to the little girls. I mean,
Look, Shanann was, a controlling woman, no doubt about it. She didn't deserve what happened to her. She
Mm-mm.
didn't manage her money. I think
Mm-mm.
the financial triggers were probably really causing a bigger rift than what's being given credit for. I think that Chris was really worried about finances. I think that was a big trigger point for him. And they were staring down bankruptcy in about 2 months. Another one.
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah, it was coming. I mean, it wasn't that far off. I mean, you know, and Thrive, she had too much stock on hand. She was sort of like buying her way to both debt, and she was bearing her success in her stock, if that makes sense. So it was bad that Chris was in it, driving into his 401k, and they were still behind. So he saw the writing on the wall, and he was like, I don't want to go down with this shit.
yeah, well, don't you think he would had like phone calls, you're 3 months past due, or seen any of the bills?
Well, apparently, NA was collecting the bills.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, yep, NA was going by the house and picking up the mail from Shanann to avoid Chris seeing the overdue notices.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Man, you're
I
full
didn't
of
know that either.
information.
Yep, that was the arrangement, and because she didn't want him to see the red letters, because obviously she knew that was a pain point for him. Remember, Shanann did sort of contact the realtor, begrudgingly to maybe look at downsizing, even though I don't think she was genuinely serious. But she was putting outward motions to Chris that she was going to downsize. Interestingly enough, there's a house at Saratoga Trail, only about 2 k's from Chris's joint. Similar, actually, externally, but a better equipped basement, $730,000 US, which is remarkable money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that dissimilar look, even style, to Chris's place. Obviously, their place isn't going to be worth that due to the notoriety, and the basement, is not as good. But you'd still be thinking, if it wasn't a Gould tourism location, it would be 650 to 680 at least. So had they stayed there, they probably could have not got out of debt, but if they sold, they wouldn't be still owing a hell of a lot of money, if that makes sense. But COVID was going to hit, and as I understand, Troy's doing, I don't think many of those guys are still working in the oil game. The ones that were there.
Yeah, no, that definitely would make sense right now, especially where they put the pipeline they just canceled from A lot of people are going to lose their jobs that way. With the executive order by Biden.
Yeah, that's right. And they would have outsourced the Occidental or Occidental, who ended up buying it. They generally outsource those functions to cheaper, labour firms. And Chris would have either had to get a job with them or and get a lesser pay. So they were in a lot of trouble regardless, I mean, they're always going to split, right?
All right.
Believe that. It's just the circumstances.
Wasn't Anadarko being bought out or just bought recently by another oil company?
2019, initially, I think Chevron was interested. I think Chevron backed out. the share price really plummeted before Occidental come in, and then it ratcheted really heavily up when the Occidental sale took place. The shares were still trending down when that whole Chris Watts case blew up. There was a marginal drop, but it was already trending down when it was Anadarko. But there is this Anadarko did contribute a real lot of money to the Republican Party in Colorado.
And Maria, I do agree with that Shanann was just trying to keep control and keep Chris from seeing the bills. That's why
She did.
I'm sure NA was getting the mail.
She was. Look, you can check it up, but the comments will confirm it. I'm absolutely sure of that information.
Now let me ask you this, Bartwan.
Yeah.
I also thought with my Watts theory of the family being involved and stuff like that, do you think that because someone had made a comment in the chat that Chris had made the comment that it would be the last time he tucked his girls in, so he knew they were going to die. Do you think this was all planned? And do you believe that the Watts were involved? And do you believe that it could have been over the insurance money that he would receive for the girls and Shanann? He's looking at how much money?
I think that the Watts family knew about the affair.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they knew that Chris planned to murder.
You don't think that they could have been involved in it because they planned on reaping the benefits of the insurance?
No, I don't, because I just don't think there was a significant amount of the pie to really share around to make that viable for them to think that their grandkids would be involved. I think the reason why the kids, Chris lies, right, but he was talking retrospectively about that whole thing with regards to I tucked him in for the last time. That was retrospective. Something makes me think that, I don't know, maybe they weren't going to be part of the plan, and maybe Bella walked in, or they met Ninkei before, or knew of her, and it could all come crumbling down. I don't know. I'm still undecided. It sort of contradicts the car explosion theory, but okay, these things can happen. I'm just trying to work it out. He did talk a lot about his kids. I do believe that the reason why he did that was he didn't murder them. Maybe they were murdered and therefore he had to just deal with it. Does that make, but I don't think that the Watts parents or Jamie I necessarily...
See, I'm up in the air about it because Chris was looking at not only the bankruptcy that he's going to be taking with him, that she got him into, but there's also child support, potential spousal support, plus insurances.
He didn't want that.
That's a hefty amount, and he's telling everybody he can't even afford what he was
earning.
What he was already paying out with being with her.
Well,
and being apart would have cost him just as much, if not more.
Well, you sort of got me backflipping a bit. You're right, because there was no way in the world Chris was going to be saddled with child support for 3 kids, right?
Yeah.
He'd be effectively working poor. Now, the thing is that...
Wait, hold on, Bartwan. Just keep your thought there for a second. I just want to say something to people in chat. This is just all theories.
Yes.
This is opinions. This is not fact. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just playing devil's advocate on, Shanann's side and the Watts' side. I'm not trying to insinuate anything, so please don't get upset with what I'm asking or I'm saying. I'm trying to play devil's advocate to see his opinions and what he thinks. So go ahead. You can go ahead and continue. I just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to pay the child support. I definitely agree with that. He would be working poor. Now, remember, NK was also sending him signals that You set up in Brighton in an apartment and you spend as much time with your kids as possible. In Chris's binary mind, which is, a mechanical mind, that is, if there's a problem, there's something wrong, you fix it. When Chris was told that, he would have just thought, that's a problem for me. That will mean that I can't move in with NK and just turn the key on that light and just open the key on the new life. So in a sense, what she was doing was planting the seed that kids are bad for him and her, right? So then Chris would have thought not only about the alimony, but it was going to be problematic in the sense that he couldn't just sort of move in. I think Chris honestly just wanted to move in with her and be done with everything else.
Right.
He didn't want the alimony.
Think?
He didn't want to have to spend time with them. He didn't want to be separated. He didn't want NK putting barriers around it. He just wanted a clean break. That's how Chris thought. He didn't think in terms of, he just thought like his personality style is what's called ISTP. And anyone familiar with Myers-Briggs, Google ISTP. And that gives you a real good insight into Chris's baseline personality profile. And it's actually called the mechanic. That's the name of that profile. So no surprises he was a mechanic. So really the way they think is if you've got a task, you fix it. It's just as simple as that. So he's got the problem of the kids. Okay, the kids go away, the problem's solved.
What's your views on, as Cheryl Cadle said, that he might have a small form of Asperger's?
Yes. Good question. I do believe he was on the spectrum of Asperger's. I have actually managed an Asperger's person, and I've seen them before and how they operate. They don't sort of have a semblance of interpreting emotion. And they can act rather bizarrely. But I'm not saying this of all people with Asperger's, right? I want to make this really clear. Everyone's on a spectrum of some degree with everything. So I want to make it really clear to the audience that if you have Asperger's, doesn't mean, even mild, doesn't mean you're going to turn out to be a kid killer, right? Or a murderer or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But what I am saying is I think it's that and a little bit more. I think that he doesn't have that empathy gene. So the way I like to describe it is because we look at life through, empathy for others, right? The way I like to describe it is when you take your garbage out, how do you feel? Do you feel like emotionally connected to it? It's just a task, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how Chris thinks about his family, people. He would just dispense with it and just go, that's just like taking out the garbage. It's hard to imagine, but there are people that are highly empathic, right, in the population. You could almost say they're the psychics or the intuitives. Mm-hmm. But on the other end of the spectrum, in a population, you have psychopaths and people that don't have empathy. And a lot of them...
You made some good points. I can see that.
Yeah, well, they've done studies with people that have, got like 40 out of 40 on psychopathy, and they're in prison for murder, and they don't have any regret or any sort of feeling of emotion for their victims at all. It's just like nothing. It's just so. I think there's Asperger's, and I've got this. There's this other theory that I've just started to but you can't prove this. But I feel Chris might have been hit in the head as a kid, and I know this is going to be a little bit controversial, but it could have been through sport. But I think Ronnie was a pretty. I've got to be careful, right? I'm not going to, say Ronnie, but it wasn't uncommon for parents of that age to administer capital punishment. Right? My dad used to take the belt out to me. Rightio? I haven't done that. What I'm trying to say is that, did Chris suffer some sort of head injury?
It's a good possibility.
Good possibility, yeah.
And we haven't got an MRI. They should have at least done a full psych evaluation.
Absolutely.
Really not like this prison, tick a few boxes, thing. A proper full psych workup, an MRI, blood tests for drugs, right? To really fully understand this man, because family killers, 80% of them commit suicide.
Yeah, you're right. They do.
Chris is not. That's why the police couldn't work out Chris. He doesn't fit the mold. He doesn't fit the mold.
And that's why I don't think he hurt the kids either.
So there's something else going on. So,
also, they won't release the records either, the medical records.
Yeah. So an MRI, the least that they can do is do a full comprehensive. So we can sort of maybe learn something about this man that might indicate some of the things that we've been talking about. Now, there has been studies on people with psychopathy, right? Really hardcore. There apparently a link where their front part of their brain, the subcortex, which is at the front, is actually a little bit shrunken, right? What that means is that that's like your filter. So you get, your very primal responses of rage and all that, and your frontal cortex goes, hang on, calm down, think about this, you're overreacting. People with road rage, that overwhelms them, right? But because it's in the moment, right, and they don't get that. But if you're talking about someone like premeditated, like Chris, and if he's got problems with his reduced subfrontal cortex due to injury or, something that happened, or maybe even a medication his mum was taking, we don't really know. If he had that, then that might explain a little bit more about this, Asperger's / potential lack of empathy. They put it down to shyness and all that as kids, but there can be more to it.
Definitely.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is I would like to see that. I think that the whole scientific and the community globally and law enforcement and need to know, what's going on here. He would have to grant that, but I think over time they would. But they took Ted Bundy's brain out. They didn't do MRI, but they actually removed his brain to see if there was a reason why Ted Bundy, did what he did.
What do you think the odds of Chris filing the 35C, and if he'll get approved or have to go through the courts higher up?
Well, what happens with the 35C, if it did get up, it goes back to the same court that presided over the decision at Colorado, so it doesn't go to a higher court at that point. It would have to involve something new in terms of new evidence that couldn't have been reasonably discovered at the time of the investigation leading up to the guilty plea. So even an accomplice probably wouldn't grant Chris getting a 35C motion up. Further to that, the DA Rourke would then be able to cross-examine. He'd have 35 days to prepare a prosecution against that motion, and then Chris waved a lot of rights away when he went to trial.
Yeah, he was stupid.
The judge went through about a list of 12 questions saying, did you have effective counsel, Chris? Yes. Are you aware of the implications of you pleading, guilty? Yes. Were you coerced at all into pleading guilty? No. So Chris answered like a litany of questions that were basically designed for him to not be able to come back and claim, poor defence, or that's, you know what I mean, like claim that. So short answer is Chris doesn't want to go back to Colorado prison because he knows when he goes there, he'll never go back to Dodge. He likes Dodge. It's safer.
What do you think about instead of having them come back for the habeas corpus, like with the pandemic going on, and just doing a live video from Wisconsin to Colorado?
You think that's like a really good compromise? I never thought of that. I think if they could do that, Chris would definitely be up for that. If the courts would allow it based on COVID, which I think they probably could. That's a really good point, Curtis. I never thought of that. That's very clever. Yes.
Well, the only reason why I thought of that is because with the Scott Peterson listening to one of their hearings, because they were wanting to move him from San Quentin to one of the local jails in the county of California, and he was fighting to stay in San Quentin where it's a little bit more comfortable for him. That's the only reason why I put two and two together, I guess.
Well, I think that's the perfect solution, and that then he'd be more inclined to put it up. I think we'd all like to see it go to some form of trial where there'd be some sort of cross-examination and witnesses called. So from where we're sitting, we would welcome an opportunity for a re-examination and a full investigation and the whole process to be put back on trial. We don't think necessarily, like Chris is not necessarily going to be let off, obviously.
No.
But at least anyone else who, may have escaped scrutiny and some of the missing gaps will be fully examined. And D.A. Rourke will forensically piece it all together.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, they won't leave any stone unturned. It's going to cost the state of Colorado a lot, but at the same token, geez, if they had pay-per-view, they'd make that money, 20-fold, 100-fold. If people,
Yeah. Oh, no, definitely. I mean, it definitely would bring a lot of taxes and revenue to that state for sure. This was able to happen.
I think as well, a lot of the global community that are interested in this and realise that there's been a lot of, shortcomings in how quickly this all went down. And, putting just the whole sort of, tragedy of it, we all feel that justice hasn't really been served here. And we feel there's a lot of unanswered questions. And so when we talk about theories, that's because we don't have the answers. Because that's all we've got.
Well, do you think they have any evidence against him just besides his confessions, DNA, fibers, fingerprints or anything that he helped commit the crime?
Yeah, I think the police have actually been running a shadow investigation on this. I still think they're still being silently. As soon as the wind got out that the 35C might be being considered, I think that CBI recommenced an investigation, but a very much shadow investigation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because, I mean, imagine if it did go to, it did come back up, the 35C, and they go, the defence starts asking questions like, has this person been interviewed? What about the phone ping? And they go, oh, no, we haven't done anything. We closed the case, a week later or whatever. I mean, they don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with that. And especially with a lot of these podcasts or YouTube and stuff going on. And, I have no doubt like CBI or FBI or even are listening to this.
Yeah, they're covering their bases. They have to be. I mean, they'd be completely negligent not to tighten this up in for the last 5-6 months, knowing full well that Chris has this right for a 35C. I think Chris could maybe bring it up in terms of potential conflict of interest with regards to one of his defence team apparently being related to maybe an accomplice.
Oh, yeah, yep, that's true.
Yep. So he could maybe go down that route. He could go down the fact that Anadarko met with, I keep getting their names wrong. Larry knows all the names, but Anadarko executives met with a chap, I just say the governor, and then quickly, what were the phone calls between the governor and DA Rourke? Was there a message given to make this go away really fast? Who told the chief of police to cease the investigation? So there's possibly another angle around the bigger cover-up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's I've heard a little bit from Larry and his point of view, and that he does have some good, valid points when it comes to that being a cover-up with, especially money being involved in the
exactly
livelihood for.
What would you think, right, if NK walked away with $3 to $5 million to go quietly?
I'd like her to take me with her.
Yeah. The reality is, that would be highly, irregular. An incorrect appropriation of, public money. But NK would literally have 15 million sitting there waiting for her to do a book deal, an Oprah interview, whatever. 15 easy.
Yeah.
And yet she's quiet. So she's obviously signed some non-disclosure agreement for 5 years at least, maybe longer, where she's been paid out $5 million to go quiet.
Well, it's just amazing how quiet she's been. It hasn't surfaced except the documentary and getting her name changed.
And that takes money. You can't go quietly when you need to work.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. It was kind of interesting, too. It's not really fact with the case and all, but where someone's claiming to be her cousin and that she had a baby.
Yes, I've heard that.
Do you think it's possible, as Kim was asking on her channel, that possibly Nico is not Chris's, but someone else's baby, and Shanann was having an affair or not?
Look, DA Rourke told Ronnie it was Chris's. There was another Chris apparently with Thrive, I just read between the lines for him to say it was Chris, that it was Chris Watts.
Yeah, no, I think it is. I believe it's his
I do
baby.
think it is. I don't think it extends to her. Like, did she ever cheat? She probably did, right?
Oh, I'm sure she did with her personality and the
Yeah.
trip she goes on.
Did she have a fling? Yeah. I mean, she probably did, right? But I don't think that it sort of influenced the. I think Nico was, and they have got that DNA, I think, but they haven't released it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ruseks know, because I'm not sure why, but legally I think that was relevant. Maybe when they had the civil suit, that they needed to know that. I don't know, but the reality is Ronnie asked and he got told Chris, and I can only assume that, well, on the balance of probabilities, that would be Chris Watts rather than some Chris from Thrive. I mean, if it was Chris from Thrive, they probably would say,
Yeah, well,
yeah,
it would make sense because if they're saying Chris had as much sex with NK, he was equally having it with his wife.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, and as I understand, they did have a pretty active sex life, as well, like probably more than most. So, before she left. So, but yeah. Well, with the 35, so I'm not sure what Ronnie's up to, at the moment, but
yeah,
how that'll all go. But I've got a feeling it's going to end up in disaster, but that's just more of a gut feeling than anything. I can't really pinpoint what's going on. I don't know enough.
Yeah, well, I just think for all of us and, wanting answers, they're able to get it approved and to be able to have a new trial for him just so we have the answers. And
well, we'd like to. And I think, to Larry's credit, I've dealt with Larry and I know he knows how to get this up and running, but he can't force the Ruseks to go down a path that they may not even be aware of, if that makes sense. But there is a means by which, that could all come to a head. It might come out of the 35C. So there is still, if they go on the basis of this sort of conflict of interest between a defence and, an accomplice, and if they go on the basis that even the DA was heavily involved in coercing the defence, which apparently Larry says happens quite a lot. And if they go on the basis that hush money was paid out to one of the chief witnesses to go quietly, then that would explode this case wide open.
Yeah, no, it definitely would. Again, it's just intriguing with all the drama and events are going on, especially with Jay for Justice and Lana going with Ronnie and whatever paperwork they were doing.
I don't think it's helping Ronnie. And what's always confused me is I think just Ronnie thinks lawyers are expensive. I mean, I get that sort of mindset that, if I think about, a generation, people think, you get your preconceived notions of when you're younger and lawyers cost money. But there would be an absolute truckload of lawyers who are up and coming who would love to do this case pro bono just to get their reputation up and running.
Most certainly. The case that happened in Florida in 2008, can't think of her name, Kaylee Anthony.
Yep. Kaylee Anthony, yes.
Yeah, was it Jose Baez or was that a prosecutor? And some Hispanic lawyer, did pro bono and, did such a great job and, got her where she wasn't convicted.
Yeah. OJ's lawyer was another one.
Wasn't he the investigator?
Yeah, the guy that helped OJ get off. like so really, I even think Floyd Mayweather was interested in getting behind them. And he's apparently he was a former boxer, but apparently a really effective lawyer as well. So, God, I even think Scott Reich would have got involved.
Yeah, no, most certainly. But
had they contacted Scott Reich, I'm sure they could have worked something out. And he's not short of a quid. His YouTube channel would be, 20, 30, he'd be like up around 10, 15 million by now. He wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to wrap it up because I know I've taken up a lot of your time tonight, but I've really enjoyed interacting with you both.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming on, Bart One. Really appreciate it.
And great questions as well, Kuda. You're very talented at asking questions.
I have my moments. But,
I hope I haven't scared Tipsy off.
No, she has kids. I don't know if one of them woke up or not. So she's hiding somewhere. But no, she's very full of energy in life. That one is.
Yeah, it's hard with kids. Well, look, Kuda, you have a wonderful. What time is it there at the moment? It's getting late.
12:26.
Okay. Well, have a great rest of the afternoon, and I'm always there for you if you need me to pop on to discuss anything. And
no,
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Bart One. And again, everyone, subscribe to Bart One and follow him too. As you can tell, he's very knowledgeable and a wonderful content creator here on YouTube. So make sure you guys subscribe and follow him.
Thank you so much, and likewise, please support Kuda and Tipsy because you've been very good, and I really appreciate coming on today. Thanks, heaps.
Good on you. No problem.
Have a good night.
All right. Well, what do y'all think? Any new perspectives or any questions or anything? Yeah, that was awesome. Didn't quite expect Marwan to be here, but that was great. Very level-headed guy. Yeah, Lily, I don't think the truth's ever going to be out there. Does anyone else like to come up and chat or any questions or anything? Or are y'all getting tired? Again, my opinion, those little babies, they should never ended up in the way they did. They should still be alive. Thanks, Leila. Appreciate it. Are y'all getting tired or do you guys want to keep going? I think everyone's getting a little sleepy here. Well, maybe we'll call it a night, everyone. Thanks for jumping in at the spare moment and listening. Again, thank you, Tipsy Toes and Bart One, for coming on and having a wonderful, good, constructive conversations. I think this is more than we need instead of irrational debates and arguments. If we all work together, eventually we'll find out what the truth is and be out there. It's always good to have a different opinion or theory and to build on that and have an open mind and see where things could go or not. Oh yeah, definitely, Irene. Yeah, go ahead and take back. I don't know the type steps or not, but I think maybe like an hour, 2 hours ago, Bar One came on. All right, Leilu. Have a wonderful night. Yeah, guys, I think unless you guys got another conversation or someone else would like to jump up, maybe call it a night. put the link out one more time just in case. But again, I really thank you everyone for your support and, being part of this. I know I'm not the best at making videos or coming up with content, but I mean, I do like to have, those important questions on what people think and then objectively try to figure out what's going on. As you can see, my experience with Chris, being a battered male or not, and that she didn't treat him that well. Not trying to bash on her being dead now, but when she was alive and how she treated him, that's not right. And again, if Chris did commit these, he should never put his hands on that family of his, especially those little girls. And again, I strongly stand by that no man should touch a woman or do anything like that. But again, a woman too, they need to respect a man and not to say or trigger them to do that. I know it's contradicting, picking, but in today's society, we have to walk a fence line and stuff, and it's kind of sad and scary. But I think Chris is at where he needs to be because obviously he was part of what happened, but to what degree, I think we'll get closer and find out as long as with Jays for Justice, Lana, and other people are helping Ronnie Watts to figure out what's going on. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on, but I think it's very important for him to file that, at least try to see if he can get that 35C where we can hopefully get the whole truth out there. He'll finally start squawking. But again, thanks everyone. I appreciate it. If you have any ideas or other stuff you would like to talk about, again, please email me. Oh, hey, Miss Menza, how are you? Doing pretty good. Where are you doing up still? Have you heard Bart one? He was on here for like an hour and a half or 2 hours talking, giving his point of view. And Tipsy Toes was on here for a while too. Lulu, did you get your second win now? I don't know. I think I could probably fall under the category of being a battered male, probably, from my experience, what went through or not. Again, here's the link if anyone would like to come on or not. But yeah, Miss Menza, it was nice to have Bart one on here and giving his point of view. He seemed to be very knowledgeable about the case and what's going on. Where do you live, Lilu? Are you in the UK? Oh, you were sleeping, Miss Menza? You're a smart lady, way beyond your years. I don't blame you. That's for sure. Hello.
Hey, Cooter.
Hey, thanks for popping on.
I'll turn off my YouTube thingy.
Yeah, tonight was just kind of spare of the moment thing for me going live. I wasn't really planning on it, but I was kind of glad I did tonight.
Did you say that you had Bart one on?
Yeah. BARWON.
What did he have to say about the case?
He believes Nicole was involved with it. And he believes Chris didn't help kill the kids at all, that someone else did that.
And he thinks NK was involved?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh.
What he believed that NK, if hopefully this is correct, came through the back window. Shanann and NK had a big fight. Chris stepped in, took care of Shanann, and NK went and took care of the little girls or something.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, he believes Chris didn't do anything to the girls. So, what's your thoughts on all the drama coming along at the moment?
I know it. It's weird, isn't it?
It's very weird.
I watched Jay is for Justice. They put up a video about going to Colorado.
Uh-huh.
And they're announcing their new website or something. And I thought that was done very well.
Yeah, that's one thing I appreciate for James for Justice. She's very good at putting videos together and editing and stuff. And that, so. And Lana, she's pretty good at doing research apparently or so. But yeah.
On the other hand, the actual content kind of concerned me because I don't know what they're going to accomplish by going to Colorado.
Yeah, I don't know. Chris, I think he definitely needs to get a legal all-star team behind him to make a pretty good case for this 35C. If not, it's going to be dead in the water, is my opinion.
If not, it's going to be what? What'd you say? If not, it's going to be
dead in the water.
Oh, dead in the water.
Dead in the water.
Yeah, I think it already is dead in the water, and I think that what they're doing is really misplaced energy. I think Chris needs a lawyer, and all these people need to stop pretending that they know what they're doing. That's just my opinion, but I still think that video was interesting, and it was just really intriguing. I think, it definitely makes you want to check it out further.
Yeah, I think Jay for Justice is going live tomorrow night, 11 Eastern, I believe is the rumor.
Yep. That was what it said on that video.
Oh, okay. I probably won't be awake for that.
I won't either, but I'll check it out the next day.
Yeah.
Well, I think if they think that they're actually going to accomplish anything, none of it makes any sense because there's just no reason for him to be going to Colorado. I think there's something else going on.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow we'll have a better explanation on whatever content they're presenting.
And it just doesn't make sense that they walked away from lawyers ready to help to go traveling around with Jay is for Justice and Lana. That makes no sense.
Yeah. I know I've mentioned there's been pro bono, but do you think it's kind of been a cost to a certain degree? Or
what's been pro bono?
Well, weren't the lawyers, I thought, offered to do it pro bono? Or do you think
they did, and the Watts walked away. So it makes no sense at all. Something's fishy.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I guess we're all intrigued with this case, besides the poor little babies and what happened.
I know, because none of this stuff makes sense. So we're all, giving it a side eye while we're also listening to everything.
Yeah, but there's so many different theories out there now. It's just hard to keep up with the daily gossip and the drama going on. I don't know how people do it, but...
Well, the NK thing has already been debunked. So when a channel says the NK had something to do with it, then I just question what their motives are.
Yeah. Have you heard the recent drama, I guess, between Heather and KK on who's right and who's lying?
I checked in on KK's live at one point, and it sounds like KK sent Heather an email telling her to provide proof or something. Because it sounds like KK doesn't believe that Heather is talking to him, or I don't know.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people like that Heather channel. I don't trust the Heather channel because Heather is a spinoff from the other channel.
Oh, yeah.
And pretty much anything that's spun off from that channel has turned out to not be trustworthy. So
Yeah, no, yeah, especially with AD and his content, I don't believe it anymore. I just think too many things are made up.
yep.
So I don't know. Gosh,
Well,
it's just. Sorry, go ahead.
One thing I find really interesting is how he always starts people off with telling his subs how qualified they are. You know, he has supposedly psychologists and, you know, forensic specialists and all this crap, right?
Yeah.
And then he puts them out there as if they're experts, and it always kind of turns out that they're not.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I got Bigfoot and aliens are my experts. I mean, you know, that's where I, go to get my news and information from them. Oh, besides the voices in my head too, having that fun conversation.
All the different voices.
Yeah. That's for sure. No doubt about it.
I think there's so much that we've been lied to about that the same thing's happening with all the different channels. We just keep getting fed one lie after another. I think it's good to just, look at the discovery, look at the text messages, look at the videos, and you can pretty much see that there's a whole lot more to the story than what all the channel creators want us to think there are.
Yeah, and this is such a imagine some network had a hold of this as like a reality TV show and how much money they can make off this. I mean, just with this case alone and all the drama going on.
Right. A lot of people are making a lot of money off the deaths of 2 innocent children, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and that's wrong. I definitely agree with you there, Miss Mensa.
Lilu just commented a really good comment, Cooter. Yeah, right there.
Imagine that. I'm still trying to multitask here with the chats and speaking here. So I know where you're coming from with that, Miss Mensa.
Who is the Dave guy, Lilu? Is that the Australian Dave guy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's the Bart one, maybe Australian.
Oh, is Bart one Australia?
I believe so. Yeah.
Is he a Dave too?
Oh, well, no. There's two. There's Seeking the Truth with Dave, and then there's Bart one is from Australia too.
Okay. Because Lilu said, and so did Dave, saying nasty things about women. I wonder if that's that Seeking guy. Yep, Lilu says Seeking the Truth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a definite hatred or rage or whatever toward women that I think a couple of older guys in the community hold. No doubt about it.
Well, that's not very nice of them. They should let it go.
Well, I think it's cute that out of one side of their mouth they say that they care about Christopher Watt's wife, and on the other side of their mouth they're saying that women are a bunch of menstruating psycho,
Oh yeah, that was wrong. They shouldn't have said that. Not to any woman. That's very disrespectful.
And it isn't just a one-time thing either. It's pretty much their theme in life is to discount women while they sit there and pretend that they support women.
And I wonder that's why there's all these law cases against men and men having a hard time in judicial systems because of idiots like this and what they're doing.
Well, I think that they should practice what they preach at the very least. Because it's hard to
Yeah.
believe that anybody gives a crap at all the way they claim about Christopher Watt's wife if they can be so rage-filled toward women in general.
Yeah, I mean, we all have our issues and difficulties with the opposite sex, but low blows, and it's the true crime community. You're supposed to, talk about stuff and go on theories or not. I don't know. Maybe I'm
Right,
just rambling.
right. But notice they don't talk about the case itself. They talk about other channels, they talk about other creators, and they specifically talk about women. I'm not
Yeah,
sure. I don't think I've watched part one. I think, is he the one with that like muscle guy picture from like when
the
he was younger?
70s. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's him.
Okay. He's the one I went on one of his lives when he first started, maybe like a month ago or so. And he was talking just fine. And he was saying, Miss Mensa's right. Yeah, look at this. And he was reading some of my comments. We were talking about the multi-level marketing and the finances and stuff in the case.
Uh-huh.
And then evidently people got in his ear because then he did a couple videos bashing me after that.
Oh, sorry about that.
Well, that's just how they show their true colors.
Mm.
Because
Yeah,
if they're
they
going to, act like that after saying, yeah, I agree with you on this. I think we were talking about the house equity and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then people in the chat were getting in his ear, evidently. And then sure enough, he turned into an attacker, like in a matter of one video.
But do you think they do this for attention or subscribers, or just they don't like women?
I think there are two different types. I think people like Bart One wants to build a channel, so he figures that he's going to say what he's supposed to say in order to get the subs. I think there are others who are actually recruited, like that Dave guy.
Uh-huh.
He admits in one of his videos that he was recruited to do this. So, and they're all pushing the NK theory, which everybody knows has already been debunked. So it's the same shit, different day. It's been going on for 2.5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs to stop, that's for sure.
Well, that's the only thing they have. They don't have any content. If you dig in and ask them a few questions about the case, they don't know the answers. Not even the one who claims he has 70,000 viewers. They don't know the case.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing too with the big one is like he doesn't seem to really reference the discovery. He goes more off on the videos and his theories.
Right, and he keeps bringing people out of the woodwork who are supposedly experts. One of them, I don't even know her name, and I don't even care to know her name, but he established her as being an expert because she claims she has an associate's degree in something. And then throughout the interview, she was acting like she knew, because of her 2-year degree. She had the answers. Well, a 2-year degree in whatever isn't going to make you an expert on any of this crap.
No, that's true. And like we don't, again, so much of the discovery redacted and like the pictures and all. I mean, it'd be very interesting to see the autopsy photos and what actually happened. I don't know, that's just me though. It probably might be offensive to some people.
Well, not only redacted, but the case never went to trial, so it's naturally going to be incomplete.
Do you think this has the FBI, Colorado Bureau, and the local county or ward on their toes, kind of scared of what's possibly going on with Chris?
Do I think any of the law enforcement agencies are scared of what's going on?
Yeah, I guess to a certain degree.
I think they're laughing their heads off. I think they're watching what's going on and probably popping the popcorn and having watch parties.
Well, I would be if I was in their shoes. if you already knew what happened and all.
Yeah, and I think that people, like the ones claiming that they're going to get him a 35C, I think that probably has them laughing the loudest.
Yeah. I don't know. I definitely would like to see him get it, though, just so we could have the answers. I don't think he's going anywhere, though.
A 35C won't give you any answers. What they should be wanting for him is an appeal. An appeal would get some answers. A 35C isn't going to do anything except have a judge say denied.
Yeah. With the 35C, once it's denied, he can't go in the higher courts like a motion, right? If I remember correctly.
Well, what he needs to be looking at is an appeal. That would travel through the courts. A 35C is simply a motion to re-examine the sentencing.
Uh-huh.
So what good is that going to do? He's already passed the statute of limitations for the crimes that will keep him in prison for the rest of his life. So there's nothing at all to achieve by a 35C.
Yeah.
Except they'll get a really good documentary.
Yeah. Well,
People will watch it and they'll make money.
Yeah. Do you think it will be coming from the Watt side since Netflix did the Ruchek side?
I think that's actually probably their goal, is to have their own documentary.
It makes sense. Good way to raise some money too, I guess, while they're at it.
Which is really disgusting. I mean, their grandchildren were murdered. They should be wanting to know the truth, and I think that initially they wanted to know the truth. Now, I think what they're doing is following their daughter's advice instead of getting a lawyer. You know, Kim admitted that Jamie contacted her, and that's something I've been saying ever since Kim appeared, is that I think it was Jamie who contacted her. And Kim also recently admitted that it all happened within 24 hours, that she hopped up on the channel. And that's something that both Mark Gillespie and I have said, that it all happened within 24 hours after the offers were coming in from lawyers who were actually able to help. Then all of a sudden, Jamie contacted KK, and it's been a circus ever since.
Yeah. I don't know what to believe in. Originally, when I first started listening to J for Justice, you and KK, I believe what you guys were saying was kind of factual versus AD and some of the others, but now it's just like, what the heck? So you're very good for valid resource, and I'm still curious to what content Jays for Justices get put out. But I don't know what Ronnie and Cindy are thinking now. It's kind of concerning.
It's concerning that they didn't want a lawyer. That has me baffled. Why didn't they want a lawyer?
Yeah. I don't know. You see, that's why I thought they were going to Colorado originally, was to try to put together a legal team.
Well, that crap that KK said about how she was going to build a team and have all sorts of different levels of experience and stuff like that, that isn't how it works. They need to hire a lawyer, and then the lawyer is the one who puts together their own team.
Yeah, no, that's true. Man, I'm misfiring tonight. My brain's not working too well, if you haven't noticed.
How are you doing?
Sorry.
How are you doing? I know you just had a really serious loss in your life. How are you doing?
Doing the best I can. It's brought me and my brother together. We were kind of butting heads a little bit at first, but we're, haven't seen each other for 10 or 12 years, and I think we're enjoying each other's company.
Good. So you have some support going on?
Yeah. my extended family, they've been great. A lot of friends too, very supportive. So yeah, there's been a lot of support, but I'm sure, as you know, it's just kind of weird when you're used to talking to a person almost every day and they're not there anymore, or you can't go get advice from that person.
I know it. When my dad passed away, he was like a lay priest, I think is what you call him. He came up to me at the little luncheon thing and he said, I want to let you know that, how did he say it? That you were your dad's, the apple of your dad's eye or something like that. And he was so proud of you. And I said, I got to confide something in you. I actually called my dad earlier. I picked up my phone and I dialed his phone number without thinking. And he said that he hears that a lot from people, that they accidentally called the person and, you know, halfway through calling them before they realize, wait a minute, oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, I can see that being very possible.
I know that's the hardest thing, is to not be able to pick up the phone and say, hey, Dad, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? You know?
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's kind of one thing too that, regardless, is you don't know what's going to happen to your friends and loved ones, but always try to remain on a positive note with them. If not, you definitely regret it later. That's for sure.
Well, and then something that the priest said to me when we were talking is, he said, you still can, you know. And I said, what? And he said, you still can talk to your dad. And I thought that was kind of weird, but I get what he was saying. As a part of, you know, emotionally, you can still almost like think about, what would he say? You know, what would he say if I could call him?
Oh, that's an interesting point of view. I don't think I would have thought about that or not.
I thought it was interesting to hear from him that so many people have done the same thing, though, because I felt kind of silly. And he said, no, that happens. He hears that a lot, that people actually pick up the phone and call before realizing they can't.
Jeez. Well, I'm sure I'll join the list here shortly.
Yeah. Just definitely stay busy, Cooter. Stay busy and stay connected to your support network.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that's why, I'm grateful for you guys, and they will come in and laugh and joke around. Everyone's been very supportive, very grateful and lucky.
I feel so sad for you because you're so young. You're just so young to go through such a loss. I mean, you're never, it never seems like it should happen. My dad was 78 when he passed away. And I remember saying, he was so young.
Yeah. It's still a shock. My dad, he was very young still. He was 70, but
yeah, that's just too young. That's too young. And it just, no matter when it happens, it always seems like it's way too soon.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely makes you want to take care of yourself better too, and eat and sleep and stuff, right? But yeah, I'm just grateful for, doing this. Thank you for helping me get the courage to do a YouTube channel and speak out to people. It's truly a wonderful community of people. I'm very grateful.
It is, and you're doing a great job. I have people emailing me all the time, and everyone who is in your chat is emailing saying, Cooter's doing a great job.
Yeah. Well, again, thanks for helping me be brave enough to do it.
Well, I'm glad you did, because you're a good speaker, and I think you have your heart in the right place with this case too. I really like it that people who are discussing the actual case are starting channels. I think that's really good.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. And I just like anybody else, we just want the truth to be out there and
exactly right.
Know what happened. And it seems like lately too, been more involved with crimes against kids in general since I joined, subscribed to your channel and started paying attention. Like, I can't believe how many awful crimes against children is out there. It's horrible.
Yeah, the statistics have remained pretty stagnant over the years. It's typically around 500 cases per year in the United States where a parent will kill their own child.
Wow.
I think
And
with the internet, we just get a lot more details about it, but that's pretty much been the number for a couple of decades.
Wow. Yeah, it's just, well, I guess the Watts is only difference because how the bodies were exposed of versus some of the other ones, I guess.
Right. The Watts case has been sensationalized right from the start.
Yeah.
And personally, I think there's been an organized effort to try to keep it in the news or to try to keep it being discussed, because this case is not one of the more favorite cases to discuss in the true crime community.
No, that's true. As far as sensationalizing what happened to these kids, it's pretty awful.
Right. And that's the whole thing too, how they were right away saying he was the killer and he was the murderer. And that has never happened before with any true crime cases that I've seen. They always say alleged murderer or alleged killer. But in this case, mainstream media was right off the bat calling him the killer and saying he admitted to killing his children, and he never admitted to killing his children.
Yeah, the media shouldn't be doing that. It's hard to get a fair trial when stuff like that's going on for anyone. That's not right.
Well, it makes you wonder why there was such an organized effort to demonize him right off the bat. Because we have the right, in the United States, we have the right, the constitutional right to be presumed innocent. And that never happened for Christopher Watts.
No, that's true. I wonder why he decided never to fight or take it all the way to trial. Do you think he was just mentally not capable of it during that time, or just?
Well, I think that there are two lines of thought on that. One is that he decided to take responsibility for everything because he felt so guilty for what happened. And I think the other line of thought is that he didn't want all of their secrets to come out. I think he wants to pretend that they had the perfect life that they never had.
Oh, geez.
Lilu is posting some really interesting comments about her theory.
Oh, hey, Lilu, would you like to come up? Sorry.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Lilu's posting a lot of different comments. Hey, Lilu. Come on up and I'll hop off, because then I can go get a good drink of water and listen for a little bit and go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm not young like you guys. I get tired.
No, I hear you on that. That's for sure. But if you need to grab water or anything, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and hop down, Cooter. But hey, I want to say loudly and clearly, you are doing a great job.
Thank you. Couldn't have done it without you. So getting support from your wonderful community. I have my moments.
You are a sweetie. Yeah, definitely take care of you right now too. And even for the next month or two, definitely pay attention that you are taking care of yourself really good, because after you lose a loved one, it's really hard sometimes just to even remember to eat, you know?
No, that's true. Yeah, so, especially if you've been with someone for so long, married or not. So, yeah, no, that makes sense, Miss Menza.
So I'm going to give you a virtual hug.
Oh, thank you.
And then I'm going to hop down now. Keep up the good work, Cooter.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Menza. So, what do y'all think? Are you getting tired or still awake? Does anyone want to talk about the Watts case? A different case that's going on? I think probably not this Saturday, but a week from the Saturday, there's a a case of a lady from Idaho, kind of the same area as the Daybells app. But what I understand about the case, this lady's being charged with involuntary manslaughter. So basically, this lady was having an episode. They were trying to get her under control, detained, having bad luck. The officer called for backup, and he tried to tase her. And while he was tasing her, his backup arrived and ended up hitting and killing him. And so they're charging this woman with involuntary manslaughter. Sounds like it'll be a really intriguing case. No problem, Lulu. I understand. But have any of you guys heard of that case or anything? The person's being charged for manslaughter, basically for not killing a person. Sounds fishy to me. Yes. Yes, Layla, I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I'm not very good at the multitasking, as you can see, but it was trying. But yeah, I think I'm going to try to do a little bit more information on this lady and why she's being charged for involuntary manslaughter. Sounds pretty interesting to me. Basically, a cop runs over another cop and kills him, and they're blaming it on a poor woman that's going through some mental issues. Doesn't seem right. Oh, you do, ever? You think Kay killed the girls? Do you think she was already in the house before Shanann got there, or do you think she snuck in afterwards? I would have to look up the case for you. I'm not sure at the moment, I'm afraid. I can try, but hopefully I don't get kicked out. Yes, Miss Manza. Let me see if I can get a name for you. One sec. Hey, sorry, y'all. I'll try to see if I can look it up again or not, but it should be on YouTube also. I don't know. I'm using my phone right now and seem to get kicked off so quickly. Sorry, I'm on YouTube seeing if I can find it. Let's see, I found. Jenna Holm, age of 35. Sorry, I'm just typing out the lady's name here. Uh, that is the name of the lady that's being charged with involuntary manslaughter, Jenna Holmes. Lilu, I'm sorry, I'm a little behind trying to find that involuntary homicide. Uh, what case are you guys talking about? Are you guys still talking about the Watts? Different case? Sorry, I'm having a blonde moment. Um, it's amazing. If any of you guys like to come on and talk your point of view, you're more than welcome to. Uh, let me post the link here. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't really have a mod at the moment, but let's all play nice. Would anyone like to come up and give their point of view? That's a good point, Lilu. There's nothing wrong talking about Shanann when she was alive and her characteristics to why this happened to her. Obviously, she became a victim for a reason, not by pure chance because it was her husband, but what did she do to push him or them over the edge to have this atrocious thing happen to her? Yeah, why don't you two come on up? Let me yeah, come on up and describe your point of view. Love to hear it. area. That's funny. Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer with who has an opinion or not. But yeah, come on up. Or I can just say my goofy opinion. Bigfoot helped Chris. Bigfoot was the co-conspirator for Chris and what happened. But yeah, if you want to come up here and share your point of view, I mean, please do so. As you can see, there's been several different people that have come on the chat and expressed their point of view, and it's usually been pretty respectful. I like that, Lily. That's very true. Yeah, I mean, you guys are more than welcome to area. Yeah, love to hear your guys' point of view. It's not that scary either, but yeah, I would love for you guys to come up. Uh, so just by opinions, if you want to press one, how many people believe that Chris solely did it by himself? Hit two if you think Nicole was involved. Oh, Miss Benz, is that with the older gentleman, like in his 70s or 80s right now, that's on trial from like 2012? Thank you, Lilu. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's a good question. What happened to little Gregory? All right. Pardon me for a minute. I'm gonna get some water. Hey, why don't you guys come up on the panel and express how you're feeling? Those are very good points, Miss Mensa. My thoughts with the Watts case is Shanann was very hard and mean to Chris, and Chris snapped and committed the crime. But what 2 degrees? I believe he killed Shanann, but the girls, I don't know. But obviously, we know he knew where the bodies were, so that's where, like everybody else, I want the truth and curious. I do believe Chris was part of the crime, but what degree is one figure out like the rest of y'all. I believe Shanann registered to go to school to be a nurse, but never completed the course. Again, if you guys want to come up and express your point of view, we'd love to have you guys on. Just one moment, everyone. No, Miss Mensa, that's my name, Miss Nene. Just kidding. So, do you guys think Shanann was abusive towards Chris or not? I believe there's a retired nurse or a nurse that used to work with Shanann. I knew him personally. Yeah, no, that's very true. I read the could have been taken out of the back. I think the Watson Generals had a fake persona when it came to going live in their household. But yeah, I definitely agree. I don't doubt Chris loved his baby girl, so. Again, there's the link. If you guys like to come up and express your opinion, more than welcome to do so. Oh, you think Shanann wants had nothing to do with it, Arya? Not sure how to say your name. Well, Lilu, we should know I'm a little monster. I'm already up here. Might as well just come up. Not that scary. Arya. Arya. Hope I'm saying that right. I don't speak the best English, as you guys can tell. Ara. 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 I think I'm saying it right. It's a cool nickname. It's very unique to you. Come on, Greg, cut it out. It's okay to have your opinion, but all right, put him in timeout. That's a cute name, Arsley. I timed him out, Miss Manza. I don't know if he'll be back or not. Yeah, it's a little channel and it's less drama that way. It's kind of nice. Yeah, people definitely get passionate on either side of the case, that's for sure. Emotions get involved, and there isn't reason it goes downhill. Sorry, guys, about Greg and what he's doing. I don't think he's in here still. I think he probably left. Good one, Lilu. I think Kate deleted stuff to protect herself if she was part of the case. I mean, she could have been truly her. It's hard to say on what her motivations for erasing all her data on her phone. Oh no, I agree. No, I think she was abusive to a certain form or not. I think all of our points to a certain degree speculation until Chris decides to finally tell the truth. Well, Bella was just playing wrestling with Hulk Hogan, Lilu, WWF. Yeah, Kathy Joe, they sound like me not doing research or checking on things, just like to wing it. Yeah, sorry guys, I wasn't paying attention to the chat and what was going on. Obviously, you can tell I'm not best at multitasking or seeing what's going on. Um, there is some people now working with the knots trying to help Chris. I do believe. Um, Tomorrow, if you look for Jays for Justice on her channel, they'll have some more information with Ronnie Watts and what they're doing exactly. Good point, Rachel. Yeah, no, there's definitely organized attackers that like to try to bully other people into opinion or not. It's pretty sad. Rachel, that's a heartbreaking case. And what happened to poor Gannon? He ended up in my state, Florida, of all places. Imagine that. No, I do believe and agree that Chris truly loved his girls, but he should have done a better job on protecting them to be here today. I mean, it's heartbreaking what happened to those two little girls and how they were disposed. All right, y'all, I'm getting a little tired and about ready to crash. So I hope you all have a wonderful night. And again, thanks for everyone coming on and chatting, subscribing. Really appreciate it. All right, y'all have a good